decision, I believe, but Wellington Water have commenced
Design work.
Design work, sorry. Yeah, but there is no construction funding committed within the current long-term plan term of the next 10 years.
Thank you. Just moving to your evidence, I'll just see if my colleagues have questions. Mr. Godwin.
Sorry. Just paragraph 23 of your evidence, you talk about Wellington Water's advice for 221 to 239 Wise Street. I just wondered how many lots was that for, just for information?
That was for all 108 lots.
108 lots,
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, that was all I had.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Godwin. I think there seems to be a high degree of agreement between yourself and the council expert. From your experience and knowledge of the site, notwithstanding that there's been design work undertaken and construction funding yet to occur in terms of Three Waters or water supply, can you envisage any particular challenges with the servicing of the site from a water supply perspective?
No, not challenges that aren't insurmountable from an engineering perspective. It's all relatively standard processes that we'd expect through the resource consenting pathways.
Yes, and particularly through the subdivision consent, which will presumably be the first cab off the rank to deal with those matters.
Yes, correct.
Okay. One of the contested issues that we'll talk to Ms. Wynne about is the activity status for subdivision, and there's a disagreement at the moment between whether that should be controlled activity or restricted discretionary. Can you envisage from a Three Waters perspective at least any reason why a subdivision may need to be declined for this development? In other words, is there any reason why the matters of control under a controlled activity status couldn't provide sufficient basis for conditions to mitigate any potential effects without the need to have the absolute veto of decline in the back pocket?
Given the Wellington Water memo that I supplied with my evidence, no, I don't see any reason that there's a need for council to control the ability to decline application on the basis of Three Waters.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a couple from me. It's all a matter of timing, though, isn't it? When would you be considering that there is additional funding required to actually implement the water supply upgrades in the Wainuiomata Valley? You wouldn't be able to get in and apply for subdivision consent and do the earthworks and do the construction, etc., until that water supply is in place. Presumably it's no particular constraint to you. This is a longer term job. It's requiring other things to happen before you can actually get in and physically develop the site for residential purposes.
No, I don't agree with that comment. So Wellington Water's memo has indicated that they are happy for development of all sizes to proceed immediately. That memo was issued late 2025.
Yeah.
And they, in that memo, said that if developments are less than 50 lots in size, they can proceed without any additional measures in place. If they are 51 lots and above, then they can still proceed. However, they need to demonstrate water-saving measures can be put in place. And that was the same approach that was taken for the development to the south, being 221 and 239 Wise Street. We had stormwater plumbed back into the buildings for reuse measures, which decreases the water demand on the network.
Yeah, understood, but presumably there is a whole range of things which feasibly could happen now, which would have particular effects on the water supply network. If that was all to happen at one time, there is a problem to Wellington Water though, isn't there? If everybody was at the same stage now before the additional supply was in place, that was my understanding of the Wellington Water memo. They are anticipating that there will be a stage progression of development over a certain period of time. The water supply will be in place whenever, but within the next 10-year period. I guess the key point is, well, what if everybody decides to develop all at the same time? Does that leave a water supply problem for the next cab off the rank in terms of development?
That was the position that Wellington Water was taking, say early 2025, but they've obviously done some analysis and are comfortable, given their memo was released late 2025, to allow development to proceed. And I'd say they're well aware of the level of development that could happen in Wainuiomata, but they are obviously have assessed the network and are comfortable for that to proceed. Notwithstanding that, as you're saying, if there was a large level of development and I guess they've identified shortfalls in that reservoir, hence the funding that they've committed. Yeah,
You've worked at Wainuiomata for some time?
correct.
Okay, and I know my observation would be is that there has been quite a significant amount of new build, new greenfield development occurred in Wainuiomata, particularly in the north there, Upper Fitzherbert area.
Correct.
All right. One question of detail. Your paragraph 33, where you talk about storage, 440 cubic metres of storage will be required to achieve stormwater neutrality. At the bottom of that paragraph 33. Yes. So what would 440 cubic metres mean in terms of footprint? So you've got a cubic metre area and it's got to go on it, and where would that storage actually occur? And is that, you know, how many square metres would that take off the entire footprint of the property?
So in the layout that was provided as part of my evidence, that had a large area, I think it was referring to paragraph 35, it has 3,228 metres squared of area allocated to that stormwater management area. So 440 metres cubed would be subject to how deep that stormwater management area is, but based on our observations of the site to the south, that is about 1.5 metres deep. So, 440, taking that down to 300 square metres or something. Okay. So that footprint we've provided as an indicative stormwater management area is more than sufficient to take that volume.
And you were the engineer for the site to the south?
Correct.
Okay. Right. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Most helpful.
Kia ora, Chair. My name is Samuel Miles Wilkie. If I can read out some of my summary statement. I won't go into the summary of the primary evidence, so I believe that's been read, but in terms of the summary of the council officer evidence and the response to the rebuttal evidence. In terms of that rebuttal evidence, I am in agreement with the review done by Mr. Benner on the elements that were described there. If I can read out the council offered evidence in that section 3.1a. Mr. Benner stated that it is an opinion that is possible to support the requested rezoning, and stated the following items: that the development of the site and its internal transport design elements, roads, footpaths, servicing, etc., can be assessed appropriately under the transport rules and standards of the proposed district plan. B, a wider assessment of network effects, including the two roundabouts of Nelson Crescent, Moohan Street, and Wellington Road Parkway, would also be required at resource consent with specific regard to safety and traffic capacity. And item C is an item that I understand Ms. Wynne will respond to. So to summarise that I agree with the review items and the response. So in terms of my response to the wider assessment of network effects, which that's the area that possibly we would like to talk in more detail about. Mr. Bennett completed a review of the crash history, including Weiss Street, Norfolk Street and Wellington Road, and concluding these roads are operating relatively safely. I agree with this conclusion based on the low severity and speeds of the crashes. Mr. Bennett also reviewed the crashes and layout of the Wellington Road Parkway roundabout, concluding that some of the crashes might indicate higher speeds and potentially the dual lane approaches may influence vehicle speeds. I agree with this conclusion and that this potential existing safety risk be assessed along with the effects of any development at 104 Upper Fitzherbert Street on that risk at the time of any resource consent. Mr. Bennett notes an assessment of the Nelson Crescent Moohan Street roundabout would be required with a resource consent application. However, the rebuttal evidence suggests that this roundabout is operating with no particular concern. So whether further assessment of a development effect on the safety and efficiency of that roundabout is required, that can be determined at the time of future resource consent. And so there's no evidence of operational issues that would undermine the rezoning sought. And I find the other element in the rebuttal that is probably worth highlighting is described in section 4.4, where Mr. Bennett states that theoretically 3 dwellings could be constructed on each site and that a transport effects assessment could consider a lower range and upper range for traffic generated. So in my, I noted that the indicative layout included 72 lots, and I considered a yield of up to 100 lots. So as stated, my primary evidence was theoretically possible for the number of dwellings to increase to around 300. This is not considered realistic. The indicative layout is for house typologies that reflect the surrounding development, and given the existing residential development in the area and the applicant's intention for the site, it's unlikely that a different typology will be developed. In any case, the yield will be confirmed at the time of any resource consent, and the PDP includes a threshold of 20 dwellings for an ITA, which provides an appropriate mechanism for that assessment. However, I note that the road network will generally provide sufficient capacity, even considering the upper range, albeit with some locations, such as the Parkway roundabout, to be assessed further at resource consent stage. So in conclusion, I do agree with the rebuttal evidence as it relates to transport and the matters covered above, and consider that the rezoning of 104 Upper Fitzherbert Road to the medium density residential zone is appropriate and should proceed. So I believe that summary covers the response to the rebuttal evidence, and I did listen to the discussion yesterday and believe that responds to that, but happy to take any questions on that.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkie. Julianne? Liz?
I don't really have any specific questions, thank you. You're obviously in agreement with Mr. Brenner. and you agree with the wider assessment at time of resource consent stage. So I don't have any specific questions, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Wilkie. Just a couple from me. Can you just explain how, on what basis you selected 100 lots or dwellings as the basis for your assessment, given that you acknowledge that the range could be between 70 and 300? What was instrumental in you selecting that figure?
So based on the indicative layout produced, which was 72, and the overall area that was available for dwellings, that amount of space per lot is a reasonable size for dwellings in that area, considering the context of where it's at.
Yes, okay. You say that that an increase to around 300 is not considered realistic, but you wouldn't rule that out completely, would you?
No, because you can't. Yeah, it's permitted. I guess it's permitted. I think. Yeah, and at the time of resource consent, you can. We'll obviously want to consider that yield and what that looks like from a wider transport network effects as well. So while it appears reasonable to assume, that my assessment has shown that
Yes.
The number of lots and the traffic generated by that development can, the wider network can support that. More, refinement of that assessment would be best done at resource consent stage.
Sure. And you make the point that the threshold for an integrated traffic assessment is 20 dwellings in any event.
Yes.
And an integrated traffic assessment would assess the wider network considerations, not just site access and internal circulation.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. I'll just ask for the record the same question I put to the previous witness. Can you envisage any traffic effects arising as a result of a future application that might be of such magnitude that consent might need to be declined?
No, I think even given, if an application did include for 3 dwellings per lot, the magnitude of the traffic generated from that development could be supported by the transport network.
Okay. And you'd acknowledge that there could be initial subdivision applications that are followed up by further subdivision once this initial scheme plan is approved, and that could involve further allotments and further dwellings at a later stage?
Yeah, and those will be dealt with at that resource consent time for those future applications. Yeah.
Yes, okay. And just for the record, Mr. Wilkie, were you involved in the development to the south, Wise Tree?
No.
No. Okay. Thank you, that's all from me.
You heard our discussion with Mr. Benner yesterday and his comment that you would need to assess the function and capacity and the issues around the, I think, Wellington Road Parkway and, what was it, Nelson Crescent Muin Street, are both reasonably remote from the site. I'm just wondering what the purpose of that would be, since you're looking at 100 lots here. Those are relatively, certainly Wellington Road Parkway, there's a lot of traffic going through that, and the contribution that this site would have to additional traffic would be small. Is that your view? it will be almost intangible compared to the traffic flows which go through that roundabout at the moment.
Yeah, correct. I did look at that in my transport assessment.
So if you were to assess it as part of a resource consent application and said there's a problem, it wouldn't be up to your client to fix that problem because it would only add a fraction of an additional capacity to that intersection.
Correct, and so I looked at the existing safety record and the capacity of those intersections, and from that assessment, I found there was no real existing issues associated with the capacity or safety, and the addition of what would likely be up to 80 vehicles in the peak hour, maybe 100, could be well, served by the existing infrastructure.
Do you know roughly how far away Wellington Road Parkway intersection is away from the site?
It's about 3 or maybe 4 kilometres.
Okay, that was my gut feel, was quite remote.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. At para 27 of your evidence, you talk about public transport provision.
Yeah.
And your discussions with Metlink, and Metlink have no current intentions of doing anything at this time.
Yeah.
1.5 kilometres for a new residential development away from a public transport stop is a considerable distance, is it not?
Yeah, correct. Metlink have a, desirable target of a 5-minute walk, 5-minute catchment area for people to get to a bus.
So
it's a bit longer than that.
1.5 k's is not a 5-minute walk,
No.
it's more than that, isn't it?
No, it's more than that, yeah.
Okay, so I guess it's part of the wider issue about by extending further up the upper Fitzherbert Road catchment, it means that the people that are living there are going to be much further away from public transport. The nearest shop is beyond that as well. I think it's the Arakura shops, there's 3 or 4 shops there, probably the closest to this. It's probably not a transportation question, but is this the way that community should be established by looking at peripheral sites some distance away from existing services, including public transport?
Yeah.
What's the ideal situation?
Well, I think it was talked about yesterday, the framework that was developed in, I think, 2018, which is the most recent strategy, if you like, for the area, indicated a connection across the top of the valley going east-west, which would provide a good loop connection for a bus service. In the short term, I do note that the development to the south of 104 does include a ability for a bus to go up Y Street and do a U-turn through the development and come back down. I think that's one of the issues with Metlink is not having the ability to do a turnaround, and the extra time it takes for a bus to do that and go back on the same route and not effectively pick up any more passengers. So in saying that, with increasing demand, Metlink could review that and be their call about how they continue to service that area.
Yeah, it's perhaps indicative of a wider issue that is not completely in your client's responsibility to do very much about, other than to enable it as much as it can.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you. I've got no further questions. Mr. McMullen, welcome. Can you hear us?
Hello. Yes, I can hear you. I trust you can hear me okay?
Yes, that's fine, thank you.
Great. Okay, well, I'll just start off by reading through the oral submission I provided. So my name is Daniel McMullen, and I provided a statement of evidence in relation to flood hazards in support of submission 516. This relates to the 4-hectare site at 104 Upper Fitzherbert Road, Wainuiomata, and seeks to rezone the site. We're not seeking any changes to the flood hazard overlays. Now, my evidence addressed flood hazards in relation to the site. This concluded that the flood hazard at the site can be managed through appropriate mitigation measures, subject to detailed design as part of a future resource consent, such that the site can be rezoned to medium density residential zone. These mitigation measures may include diverting flows entering the site across the northern boundary around residential lots to a central stormwater management area, conveying flows entering the site across the eastern boundary along an existing channel that would not be subject to earthworks at the back of any residential lots there, and undertaking earthworks to lift the site so that flows originating from the upper catchment are kept off the roading network and residential lots in a 1% annual exceedance probability of flood events, including the effects of climate change. Minimum fall levels of new dwellings would be set upon that same flood event and include freeboard. These mitigation measures would be designed to ensure that off-site effects are acceptable, i.e. that there would be no consequential increase of flood risk to neighbouring properties and or their access. In the Council Officer's Section 42A report for hearing stream 3, Mr. Bellamy noted a review by Matt Aitchison, Council's consultant civil engineer, who advised that there are practical engineering solutions to overcome the site constraints. They noted that stormwater mitigation, a flood hazard, would be required, but it would be feasible to develop the site by protecting current flow paths and creating a dedicated stormwater management area that will attenuate flows to ensure that current flood levels are not worsened. Both Mr. Bellamy and Mr. Aitchison note that the effects on the flood hazard can be managed through the resource consent process. I agree with both Mr. Bellamy and Mr. Aitchison that there are practical engineering solutions to manage flood hazard on site, which can be managed through the resource consent process. I do note that a possible alternative to protecting current flow paths is to divert those flow paths around residential lots such that the site could be developed more effectively. Overall, it's my opinion that, subject to detailed design as part of a future resource consent, both on and off-site flood hazards can be feasibly managed, and that there is no reason why, from a flood management perspective, that the rezoning of 104 Upper Fitzherbert Road should not proceed. I welcome any comments or questions.
Thank you, Mr. McMullen. I'll just ask my colleagues if they've got any questions.
Yeah, thank you. I just was looking at Ms. Wynn's planning evidence, and she has recommended that the indicative site layout plan that's been attached to various persons' evidence should not be included in the plan. And just listening to yourself and Mr. Goodwin about, stormwater management seems to be the land required for stormwater management is quite, substantial. And that site plan actually shows an area that would be dedicated for that purpose. Do you have comment on that site layout plan, or perhaps dedicated area for stormwater, whether that should be identified up front at this stage or in the plan?
Yeah, so what I would say is that this being an indicative plan shows that there are feasible solutions available, and now in theory there'd be a number of other solutions that could be provided if you wanted to provide attenuation elsewhere or to divert flows in a different direction, be they maintaining the current flow paths or diverting them around lots. And so I would just simply say that this is an indicative solution, but that it should not be locked in, and then that can be worked through at the resource consent stage.
So I wasn't talking about so much a solution, I was talking about
Mm.
the land area required to manage stormwater disposal, whether if you're attenuating it.
That would need to be worked through in detailed design, as some of those more detailed calculations would flow through then, and it can alter the land area required. For instance, depending on your final depth of your attenuation area, how that, and this is more related to stormwater, however, but whether how treatment looks in that zone as well. So that area required for flood mitigation should be locked in at a future date once detailed design has been carried out, rather than at this early stage.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. McMullen, Commissioner McMahon speaking. Just a couple for you, and one's probably better addressed to Ms. Wilkie, but I'll signal it now anyway. Can you just remind me what the flood hazard overlays are over this site? Are they ponding or?
So they are low flood hazard primarily across the sites. That is indicating shallow depths, slow moving water, some ponding, but there is conveyance across the site.
Yes.
There is a small slither of, I believe it is high flood hazard, right along the southern boundary, which is more connected to the drain on a neighbouring property to the south, and it is not indicative of tangible flood risk for this site.
Right. Okay. Thank you. That's useful. I'm sure that was covered in your primary evidence and in Ms. Wynn's, but I just couldn't find it immediately. A second question, and this is probably more for Ms. Wynn. Do you happen to know what the effect of the intersection of these flood hazards with, say, the zoning that's sought does to the activity status in terms of residential subdivision?
Or I may need to defer that to
Yeah.
this one.
I can see her recording that question, so we'll bank that for her response. Again, just for because I've asked the other witnesses, are there any particular challenges or issues with flooding on the site, such that you would consider that the ability to decline the application should be retained in the zone?
Yeah, there's no reason for me that from a flood management perspective, that the rezoning should not go ahead. There are practical, feasible solutions available within the context of the site to manage the flows coming in and to pass those flows on such that the off-site effects are acceptable.
Okay, thank you. Understood. Thank you.
Morena, just regarding you noting this possible alternative to divert the flow paths around the residential lots, you haven't modelled or mapped what that would look like and where it would end up yet, have you?
We have undertaken calculations to indicate what that may look like. We haven't modelled that explicitly in a two-dimensional flood model. So we did develop a flood model of the existing situation, which determined the flows and volumes that would enter the site, say across the northern boundary, for instance. And then noting what those flows are, we've undertaken calculations to determine what an indicative channel size may be required to divert those flows around. And so, for instance, on that site layout plan that Cuttress developed, that has a 10-metre reserve along the northern boundary, and it is technically feasible to convey those flows in that zone. And however, that will be worked through and finalised at a future resource consenting stage.
And just in that exercise, that preliminary exercise that you've done, where do they ultimately, which drain do they ultimately end up in?
So the flows coming from the northern boundary would come around the site to that central stormwater management area, and then there would be a outlet to Black Creek. However, there would also be likely to be at this stage overland flows to the south to replicate what is happening in the existing situation. And that would be designed to ensure that the off-site effects are acceptable and no worse than the current situation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's fine, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. McMullen. Do you know if your client is also going to be appearing at the natural hazards hearing stream in relation to the flood hazard overlays? Or Ms. Wynne might be able to confirm.
I can answer that. No, that's not the intention.
Okay.
At this stage.
Do you have any reason to doubt or any of the flood hazard overlay mapping which applies to this site, Mr. McMullen?
No, we're not proposing to seek any change to those overlays. They are indicative of the flood hazard on the existing situation, broadly speaking.
All right. Thank you, Mr. McMullen.
Thank you.
Ms. Wynne.
Thank you very much.
I'm just a little bit conscious of time.
Yes.
But you have important things to say and we have important questions to put to you as well. So proceed as you
Thank
must.
you. I will try and streamline where I can then. So starting then at the summary of primary evidence, having heard from both Mr. Godwin and Mr. Wilkie, I won't add too much in respect of their evidence. All I will note is that there's consensus across the board that a strategic north-south extension to the Y Street Road carriageway through the site is fairly central to the discussion around rezoning of this property. And as set out in my primary evidence, I believe there are two possible mechanisms through which that road can be secured, one being reliance on the PDP provisions as notified, or the other being bespoke provisions, some of which I drafted and included with my primary evidence, and I have additional commentary having now seen the council's rebuttal. Ecology and landscape and visual effects were also addressed in my primary evidence, supported by associated experts. But again, I understand there are no specific questions from the commissioners on that, so I won't reiterate there. In terms of the council officer's rebuttal evidence, dated 15th of June, Mr. Bellamy confirmed that rezoning to the medium density residential is now supported, provided that amendments are made to the subdivision provisions I had recommended within my primary statement of evidence. I agree with Mr. Bellamy that rezoning to the medium density residential zone is the most appropriate way to achieve the purpose of the RMA. Mr. Bellamy's rebuttal evidence further recommends the use of site-specific provisions in the subdivision chapter to secure civil infrastructure and transport outcomes. In light of Mr. Bellamy's rebuttal, I accept that site-specific provisions offer more certainty of outcome and are therefore more appropriate than relying on the PDP provisions as notified. My primary evidence set out a rule framework including a controlled activity subdivision pathway only where the Y Street extension is provided, or otherwise a discretionary activity subdivision pathway where the Y Street extension is not provided. While Mr. Bellamy suggests changes to this rule framework, we're fundamentally aligned that the rezoning and site-specific rules are appropriate. In terms of the subdivision activity status, Mr. Bellamy recommended changing the status for subdivision of 104 Upper Fitzherbert from controlled to restricted discretionary, paragraph 527 of his rebuttal. In my view, a controlled activity status is most appropriate as it is consistent with the rule structure in the wider subdivision chapter and applies only where the strategic roading outcome is secured. If the roading connection is not provided, Mr. Bellamy and I agreed that a discretionary activity status for subdivision is appropriate. Mr. Bellamy recommended additional site-specific provisions within his rebuttal, paragraphs 529 to 531. Recommended Standard A would include standards for allotment size, access, services, and esplanades. However, the introductory section of the subdivision chapter confirms site-specific rules apply in addition to the general rules. In my view, carrying these standards into the site-specific provisions results in unnecessary duplication of the general rules. Standard B would preclude access to Upper Fitzherbert Road. While there is consensus between Mr Wilkie and Mr Bennett that access to Upper Fitzherbert Road is not recommended, neither has suggested a clause precluding such access. Connection to Upper Fitzherbert Road is a matter best dealt with at resource consent and can be appropriately addressed under the provisions of the Transport, Infrastructure and Subdivision chapters. Recommended Standard C would require all development to be in general accordance with the site plan, being an appendix to the PDP. I do not consider this appropriate for the following reasons. As per my primary evidence, Appendix 1, Paragraph 4, I consider the specific control approach under the spatial layers of the National Planning Standards to be the most appropriate mechanism to apply to rezoning of Upper Fitzherbert Road. Including a site layout within the district plan is akin to the development area approach. In my view, the site is too small, the concept plan too preliminary, and future development patterns of the wider Upper Fitzherbert Wainui Mata North area are too uncertain to justify use of a concept or structure plan. Throughout the primary evidence for submission 516, we noted the site plan was prepared to give context to the rezoning as indicative only. It's a high-level concept and does not deal with nuance, for example, specific sizing of flood management and drainage systems, wetland considerations, or changing market considerations, whereby lot design and yield may need modification. The rules I recommend make it clear that a north-south roading connection must be provided and would apply equally to a two-lot subdivision or a high-yield development scenario, securing the Y Street extension without dictating layout or yield. Standard C requires development to be in general accordance with the concept plan. Whether something is in general accordance is a matter of fact and degree, and the rule lacks clarity as to the level of departure from the concept plan that could be tolerated. Such wording would bring uncertainty to the development and consenting processes. Overall, I agree with Mr Bellamy that the rezoning of 104 Upper Fitzherbert Road to the medium-density residential zone is appropriate. I consider that the rule framework within my primary statement of evidence is more effective and efficient than those otherwise recommended. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms Wan. Julianne? Okay, Liz?
I don't really have any specific questions. Your summary statement sort of sums it up nicely. Are you, just in terms of the site plan, are you aware of any other situations where a site plan was an indicative development area and there were issues later on when they were applying for resource consent and oops, you have departed from your indicative site plan? Have you been involved in a situation like that where you have run into issues?
Not within a Hutt City Council context. I was involved in processing of a resource consent for Upper Hutt City Council within a structure plan area where the developer was departing, not majorly, but departing slightly from what a structure plan set out. It's not... It doesn't unduly complicate the process, but it does add an additional layer of complexity that I don't think a site of this size, where the layout is very much concept level, it just creates additional fish hooks for a future consent applicant that I don't think necessarily need to be there when you can secure the strategic outcome without that added layer.
So when you say fish hooks or layers, what exactly do you mean?
So for example, you could be proposing a site layout that secures that north-south roading connection, but be doing it as a two-lot subdivision, and suddenly you end up as a discretionary activity because council consider that to not be in accordance with the plan as put forward.
Sure.
However, the outcome that is being sought is still being achieved. And it's, I guess, setting a higher threshold for a future applicant that potentially doesn't need to be there, would be my view.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me. Good morning, Ms. Wynne. Can you, you heard my question regarding the flood hazard overlays?
Yes.
Do you have an answer for that?
Yes, I do. So under the natural hazards chapter, if you're doing new buildings with hazard sensitive activity in them, which residential activity would be, within the low flood hazard area, that development is permitted subject to finished floor levels.
Yes.
Within the high flood hazard extent, it's a non-complying activity. Similarly, if you're doing subdivision,
Yes.
again, where you're creating building platforms within those respective hazard layers, the low flood hazard extent is restricted discretionary,
Yes.
where that subdivision is for residential purposes, or within the high risk area becomes non-complying activity.
Okay. That's really useful, actually. And in many ways, makes my next question moot in the sense that notwithstanding your preference for controlled activity where connection is provided to Wise Street and the default being discretionary, the effect of the low hazard overlay over the site will actually make subdivision over the site a restricted discretionary activity, won't it?
That would be my understanding, correct?
Yes. Okay. Okay, I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wynne. Just interested that you processed the applications for the one further to the south on behalf. Was that as a consultant, or were you on staff at Hutt City at the time?
I was consultant processing on behalf of council.
Okay, and so there could be a suggestion of, I wouldn't say direct conflict of interest, but you certainly have provided independent advice to Hutt City before on a similar issue in pretty much the same location.
Correct. However, that resource consent would have been granted probably a good couple years before this project came through.
Okay, right, thank you. You talked about your reluctance to actually have any specific development area or structure plan or anything applying to the site. I have seen various techniques for doing this and wondered whether or not a light touch development area proposal might be a way to do it, and whether you put any thought into that. And by a light touch, I mean you have a plan which basically shows the significant matters which need to be addressed. Road and connection, for example.
Yeah.
And the fact that the current structure, the current development plan, high level as it is, doesn't show any connection to Upper Fitzherbert Road. You would also potentially be able to factor in such site-specific elements such as the flood hazard overlays which apply and any liquefaction and so forth. To have an integrated one-stop shop, and then because you've gone to the stage of proposing a specific rule, a site-specific rule, you can therefore tie it back. Have you put any thought into, I 2 or 3 years ago, I was in a similar position. I was doing the Selwyn District Plan hearings as part of that, and that was a technique basically used by all of the developers, which would have a plan showing the key information, and then probably a page or even less, depending on what it was, with some key factors which needed to be considered. And generally they came back to being a restricted discretionary activity.
Okay.
But your proposal at the moment is controlled activity can't be refused unless it contravenes any of those particular matters which are listed in the matters of control.
Yeah.
So that is still your preference?
It would still be my preference, yes. However, I could see the benefit of a light touch structure plan, specifically something that showed even just the roading connection, because I think based off the evidence of Mr. Godwin and Mr. Wilkie and Mr. McMullen, that there is kind of a multitude of ways that servicing and the balance of traffic issues and flood hazard can be addressed. So potentially not looking a developer into a particular solution through a structure plan. And those elements is probably preferred, but a structure plan showing just the north-south roading connection, I think, could provide additional certainty. In principle, I wouldn't object to that.
Okay. Well, we'll have a think about that. Once we complete the formal part of the hearings, and in our follow-up minute, we may have some additional questions. I'm not too sure that we will, but we may have some additional questions. So,
Understood. That's fine.
but thank you for that. I think it's worth exploring, because in terms of the entire district plan process that we're going through at the moment, this is the only, if you like, larger scale rezoning proposed. So yes, thank you. But yeah, thank you for your evidence. Well put together and well thought through. So thank you for that. Right. We have the next submitters, and there seems to be quite a few on this list here. So, okay. So welcome, come forward. I don't know whether it's a team effort or whether one or two people are going to be speaking. Perhaps over to you. Ms. Brown.
You need to press this button.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good morning, panel. There are 4 speakers, potentially.
Sorry, can you just bring the microphone a little bit closer so I can hear? Yeah, thank you.
How does that sound?
That's much better, thank you.
Okay, so in terms of the submission area, which is the lower Park Road area, there are 4 speakers, myself, Harriet Fraser, Traffic Engineering, geotech evidence from Ian Brown, and some Park Road interface issues addressed in terms of traffic and the constrained roading environment by Danielle Faulkner. So that's the 4 of us. The others in attendance are people who provided written submissions and are happy to answer questions should you need. Do you need a break before we start?
No, I think we'll have the break after you've completed.
Okay.
But I'm a little bit conscious of time, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Take as long as you need. But we have your evidence, and it's reasonably extensive. Did you have the opportunity to hear our discussions with Mr. Benner yesterday?
No.
But you have seen his rebuttal evidence, or the evidence that he provided in response to your evidence?
The Section 42 report?
Yeah, no, so
Yes.
there was a Section 42A report.
Yes, yeah.
And then they got another bite at the cherry after they'd received your evidence to provide what's called rebuttal evidence. And that's where Mr. Benner provided his comments.
Yes, that's,
Okay.
yeah, sure.
And
Yep.
basically, he, after reading Ms. Fraser's evidence, he has come to a conclusion. And then that has flowed through to the officers' reporting as well in
Yes.
terms of their rebuttal evidence.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, sorry, I misheard the Brenner comment. Okay, yes, so would you like us to start?
Yes, please, thank you.
Okay, if I could just have a moment to sort my paperwork. So I won't go through my evidence provided earlier in terms of that. I will take that as read, as you said. So I just had some response to the Section 42A analysis. And it takes account of also the roading and other situations. So if I crank on with that, then I think we can progress to the other witnesses. In terms of the note that you've been given, this is what I'm addressing. For a number of reasons set out in the planning, traffic and geotechnical evidence, it was considered inappropriate that the area be zoned a medium density residential, and that the area should be included in the large lot residential consistent with PDP approach in respect of adjoining and nearby areas, and that's fairly significant because, as you will have seen from my main evidence, the area that we're talking about is basically at the same contour and of the same age as Natush Road, Palm Grove, and other parts of the hill. And there is in my evidence a graphic showing those locations. While the submission area has the approach for large lot development enables much lower residential density than that of medium density, and is consistent with the purpose of the large lot residential zone, which is a fairly strictly defined categorisation in terms of the planning standards. While the submission area has reticulated 3 water services and other utilities, an expectation obviously within our urban residential localities, there are significant existing and future accessibility constraints which are problematic in achieving and maintaining the PDP expectations of a well-functioning urban environment. This poses particular difficulties for pedestrians and vehicles within the submission area and the likelihood of disruption to the wider park area, as well as obligations to the affected utility agencies in terms of the recently mandated NPSI and NPSNH. And so I mentioned that specifically in my evidence because it is my understanding that those NPS are now in effect, and they weren't in effect at the time that the plan preparation was underway. In other words, they post-date notification. The supply of electricity, gas and telecoms services is vulnerable to slope stability issues with potential for the significant interruption of these services as well as vehicle access, noting that connectivity within road reserve is at an RL significantly above the formed Park Road carriageway. The Section 42A report assesses the requested large lot residential zone for the submission area as appropriate, given the constraints identified and the close correlation between the planned character and planned urban environment for the large lot residential zone. For the reasons set out in my evidence, I agree with that assessment. And I've just referred to an error that is in the recommendations whereby one of the properties was missed in your recommendations for rezoning from the map. And looking through the numbers I've given you here in paragraph 9, I see that I'd also missed one too. So in my paragraph 9, I am missing number 32 Park Road. So yes, it's very easily done. The constrained roading overlay, issues for accessibility are also compounded by the fact that the infrastructure upgrade will require coordinated decision-making and project funding, timing of implementation across roading and other utility agencies. So it isn't a quick fix, and obviously there's a lot of oversight and and management structure that is going to be required if things go radically wrong, which they're likely to do fairly soon in terms of the traffic and the geotech evidence. So these matters are anticipated to significantly affect private property owners, however, are not mitigations that can be carried out by individual property owners. Within the submission locale, the integration of the new and/or upgraded infrastructure is likely to be problematic, not only to the immediate surrounds, but also to the wider Park Road area, given there is no alternative entry/exit to Park Road. In my view, the accessibility, geotech, and traffic engineering constraints within the submission locale provide rationale to identify the eastern side of Park Road within the submission area, as a highly constrained road. This would cross-correlate with the HCR overlay applicable to the Natush Road properties. The geotech evidence supports a precautionary lower density approach to future development within the submission area, and also comments that as an integral part of the city's roading hierarchy, Park Road is a lifeline structure within the earthquake hazard events. So then Mr. Brenner went on to state, I have read through Ms. Fraser's transport review and generally agree with her commentary regarding the existing transport environment, as well as comments made regarding the existing topography and limitations. It is my assessment that the existing topography inhibits the existing accesses to be upgraded in any development scenario, and that the significant level difference to Park Road also restricts alternative safe and compliant accesses from being formed. Then he goes on to say, I have not considered the highly constrained road matter in detail, as this will be addressed in detail through the hearing stream 6 infrastructure. So that's correct. However, in the proposed plan, the HCR for Natush Road is applied to the residential property boundaries, i.e. is a resource management overlay rather than a quote-unquote designation attributable to the roading corridor and property boundary. So identification of an HCR appears therefore to be an additional consideration to land use development, not only via the transport section, P8 and R4 matters, but also in terms of the large lot residential policy 1C, policy 4E and H. So those two policies refer to achieve safe and attractive streets and public open spaces, and minimise adverse effects to driveways, manoeuvring and vehicle parking areas on the quality and safety of the site and the street. So in other words, it's potentially both a residential matter and a transport matter. And in this particular instance, one is entirely integral to the other, is our submission on that matter.
Thank you. I'll just see if my colleagues have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. I just had a couple of questions on your primary evidence, if you don't mind. So we had two briefs of evidence. I just want to confirm that the second one, the only thing you changed was submitter numbers. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Yes, I apologise about that.
No, that's fine. I'd read your earlier version. I didn't want to have to read it again.
No,
I just wanted to confirm that that was the only change.
Yes, so far as I recall.
Okay, thank you.
But yes, there was an error in the submission numbers.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's fine. I just wanted to confirm that that was the only change.
Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to just understand, you talk about Bertram Reserve. And I just want to, that's the reserve to the rear of the properties?
That's the reserve that runs from Grantsville Crescent. If you look at figure 1 of my submission,
yes,
you'll see that to the east of the dots for the submission area, that there is a very extensive bush gully which continues within the submission area for some of our submitted properties, and then basically daylights fully through Palm Grove area. So it originates on the ridgeline somewhere up in the regional park, I think
Yeah,
is my memory.
so because there's two reserves, isn't there? There's one on the other side of the road, sort of near the corner, and I just wasn't sure which one you were talking about. That's why I just wanted to confirm that.
Well, my understanding is that the one on the other side of the road used to be a reserve, and it's certainly open space, but I don't think it actually has a reserve designation
Okay,
associated with it any longer.
thank
Yes.
you. And the other thing, you've got some historical figures attached. You hadn't dated any of those, and I just wondered.
Sorry, that's referenced in my evidence. That
Yeah.
was from the actual area, you were talking about the aerial?
Yeah,
Yes, that was on the GIS system as of, dated 1948.
48.
Yes,
Thank you.
yeah.
That was all I had. Thank you.
Yes, so actually on this, yes, the figure 7 aerial, I did provide the link there. The aerials come up on a sliding scale.
Yep.
And so the earliest that they show this development is 1948.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms Brown. No questions from me. I found your statement very clear and aligns with the rebuttal statement from Ms Pascal. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
Jeanette? And nothing from me. Thank you for that. You have, who's next in your team?
Harriet
Okay.
Fraser, so in terms of traffic engineering.
Sorry, good morning, Commissioners. I was just going to go through my executive summary and then comment on the section 42A, but if that's, otherwise I can go straight to questions if you prefer that.
A little scene setting is probably no bad idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in my executive summary, the key conclusions that I reached in my evidence were that the proposed medium-density residential zoning for the lower eastern side of Park Road and resulting increased traffic activity will adversely affect the road safety for all users of this busiest section of Park Road, as well as for access to properties along this section of the road. As a result of topographical constraints, the lower section of Park Road south of Gainsborough Grove has been built to a lower standard than the more recently developed and less constrained upper sections. This lower section, while carrying the busiest traffic flows, including buses and cyclists, has significantly below standard carriageway footpath and on-street parking provision with little scope for improvement. There have been a number of reported crashes along the lower section of Park Road, as well as unreported crashes and near misses witnessed by local residents. I consider it likely that the narrow carriageway width on this section of Park Road, along with its collector-connector traffic carrying function, will have been factors in many of these crashes. The no-exit nature of Park Road, with all traffic travelling via the single route to and from Groundswell Crescent, increases the importance of maintaining safe and efficient traffic flow for all users of this section of Park Road, including for emergency access. The proposed zoning, with the potential for more houses and traffic, does not adequately address either the current or future traffic environment. The Section 32 evaluation is incomplete as it does not include a site-specific assessment of the traffic effects associated with the proposed zone change. The proposed rezoning would likely result in outcomes that are not consistent with the operative and proposed district plan objectives and policies for transport. Paragraph 2, I support the submission that large lot residential zoning would be more appropriate than medium density residential for the eastern side of the lower section of Park Road, given the topographical constraints. I also support the introduction of a constrained traffic environment on the lower eastern side of Park Road. And then I'll just go to paragraph 30 on page 11, where I just comment on the section 42A. And Ms Brown has already just quoted from Mr Benner's reporting, I'll just say that Mr. Benner concludes that from a traffic engineering perspective, development of the scale anticipated by the MRRZ is inappropriate in this location. The Section 42A report at paragraph 580 adopts Mr. Benner's view and recommends that the relief sought by Ms. Brown and Ian Brown is accepted. So yeah, happy to take questions.
Thank you. Julian? And nothing from me. Did you listen yesterday to our questions of Mr. Benner at all? Or
I'm sorry about that. I didn't realise what time. I didn't think to go and have a look, so.
there weren't many. Basically, he reconfirmed what he had said in his
Yeah.
in his evidence that the lower section of Park Road has issues, if you like.
Yeah.
And as a result, he doesn't support the MRZ zoning in the proposed plan as notified. And that's been followed through in Ms. Pascal's Section 42A report as well.
Yeah.
But I don't have anything specific, but you put in a lot of effort, so thank you for that. In fact, your whole team has put in a lot of effort.
If I could just further respond there, in indicating that the overlay, the constrained road overlay is both a transport matter and a residential matter. I was also indicating that, we're here today. So if there were matters to be explored while everybody was here on transport issues as opposed to the residential issues, then that would be.
Yeah, and
time.
I do appreciate that and understand that.
Yes, sure.
There is a large amount of alignment with the reporting officers and yourselves, as you probably have worked out, which might be indicative as to our lack of in-depth questioning of any of your evidence to date, anyway.
Thank you.
I would just comment on, I don't know whether this is the place to comment on the constrained traffic road environment overlay, but I would just briefly say, having read the memo from the council officers in that regard, that the parameters that were looked at, that the roads that have been considered all have very narrow sections of like a single lane section of carriageway, but that hasn't been balanced against the traffic function of those roads. So my only comment is that Park Road as a collector-connector road has quite a significant traffic function, which means that the width, even though it might have an 8-metre carriageway width, that can still be can still be inadequate as single lane sections of two-way traffic on a rural residential, within the rural residential zone. So that's all I would say. Thank you.
Yes, but we obviously got the hearing stream dealing with the transport issues, including the highly constrained roads overlay, which as a technique nationally, it's relatively unusual as a planning technique to identify those. But in this case, because it's relatively sporadic, there's parts of Eastbourne and there's parts of the Western Hills which have the highly constrained road overlay. But it is indicative of the terrain that there is. And it also is indicative of the fact you have got a whole lot of general residential or medium density residential further up the hill, which still remains, and your submission is very much around the lower slopes. So thank you for that.
So, sorry, if I could add just one last comment. The situation about an overlay being different from a designation is that the overlay applies to the residential situation. So theoretically, therefore, the management expectations are via the property sector, not the roading designation as such.
Well, we could get into a fairly philosophical argument
Anyway,
about the differences between overlays and designations, but I don't think it's helpful.
No, well, it's just that if it were to be applied, it would apply on the private property rather than the road.
The overlays apply over all of the land, including the roads. Because that's the way they're shown. The roads aren't designated. They are zoned according to what is next door. They are legal road.
Yes, I understand it's a legal road. Yes, sorry, I may have misunderstood that, but I did look quite closely at where the Natush Road boundary is, and it appears to be in the context of the properties, the adjoining properties, rather than the road itself.
All right, okay, thank you.
That, yeah.
Who's next on your team?
Ian, would you?
Yes, I'm Ian Brown. I'm a chartered professional engineer with expertise in geotechnical engineering. And I'll take my evidence as read and I'll just provide a brief summary and take any questions. My evidence addresses the geotechnical constraints affecting the even-numbered properties between 4 and 46 Park Road. In condition of the adjacent Park Road Road Reserve, evidence is based on long-term local observations, geological mapping, slope assessment data prepared for Hutt City Council, site photographs and stability modelling. The evidence explains that properties occupy an uplifted gravel terrace over weathered Greywacke, with some areas providing suitable building platforms. However, the critical constraint is the steep slope interface with Park Road and the associated road reserve. The Council's slope assessment overlay affects the submission area and corresponds with observable instability, including cracking in the upper carriageway, a recent rockfall below 10 Park Road, leaning power pole indicating possible ground movement. My evidence concludes that further intensive development would increase risk unless substantial slope stabilisation is undertaken. Because the most significant instability is associated with the road reserve and access infrastructure, individual landowners cannot realistically manage or mitigate the hazard alone. The evidence therefore supports retaining or applying a large lot residential zoning approach rather than encouraging greater housing density in this part of Park Road.
Thank you. It's Dr. Brown, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, thank you for that. I don't have any particular questions. You put in an enormous amount of effort under your own bat to provide the evidence that you did. My only observation, and tell me whether you agree, is that a lot of the problems are existing that there is in terms of the road itself and the nature of the road and potential slip hazards and so forth. Would that be a fair comment?
Well, by forming the road, they've created the hazard. Yeah, by putting in quite steep cuts with no retention. I mean, we're talking about engineering work that was done in the 30s and 40s.
Yeah, I was going to ask when was Park Road actually put in as we know it now?
Well, it was, as we see it today, it's gone through several evolutions. In the days of Hutt County, Park Road was at a higher level near our place, 1820, and then it was dropped to get better access, and that's left the access way at a higher level that we use, which was the original part of Park Road and has now been stranded, but does provide us with access.
All right, thank you for that.
So there's a lot of history there, but there's also a lot of inactivity by Hutt City.
Yeah, which this panel can do nothing about, as you'll appreciate.
Well, there's actually a public safety issue here that we've got people unwittingly using Park Road who are exposed to a hazard, and the recent rockfall at number 10 has not been attended to, and people are walking quite happily underneath it with overhanging rock.
And presumably you've made that very clear to the roading section of Hutt City Council.
Oh, well, it turns out that the person who owns number 10 is a city councillor.
And again, we've got a fairly specific role here, as you realise. So there is alternative avenues for you to take that up if you wish. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doc.
On the wider perspective, obviously, though, the district plan will be in effect for some time, and it is a matter for resource management, obviously, in terms of the roading constraints and its day-to-day use, basically. So I'll just make that comment.
All right, thank you. Any questions at all, Brown? Oh.
I'm okay.
Ms.
I'm
Brown,
good now.
turn off your, so we can only have 3 on at a time, which,
Yes. Dr. Brown, I just wanted to reiterate the chair's comments. The absence of questions from us doesn't signal anything other than there's a strong evidential basis from yourself, Ms. Harriet, Ms. Brown, to support the recommendation in Ms. Pascal's rebuttal evidence. So don't feel perturbed that we're not asking lots of questions. We understand the issues, and it's great to have the evidential basis that you've provided collectively.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Danielle Faulkner. I'm speaking on behalf of my family in this matter, and probably to put a human factor to this somewhat otherwise technical discussion, which is I'm a regular user of the bottom part of Park Road with my children. And I find both the access, and we find both the access via the Belmont lights. So that is when you access Groundsel Crescent and then onto Park Road via the intersection travelling south. The access is by way of a single right-hand turning lane. I have concerns around a potential rezoning, which will mean that there will be a greater amount of traffic volume coming through that intersection when it is potentially already very vulnerable. When you are at a right arrow at those lights and traffic goes past, your car rocks. Vulnerable is the best way I can describe it, and I have concerns that without steps to address that prior to allowing greater volumes of traffic through that intersection is just a serious accident waiting to happen. So that's my first submission. I don't believe it was addressed as a matter, and there may be a technical reason for that, but I do wish that it be considered. My second submission is directly in respect of the lower part of Park Road from Groundsel Crescent up to where Natush meets Park Road, and that is that walking or biking with children or by yourself along that aspect of the road is particularly dangerous. And that is because there is blind corners, a low footpath, and no allowance made for traffic coming down the hill at speed which may be greater than is, although it's within the potential speed limit, is not necessarily appropriate for the terrain. There is nowhere to go when you are walking down that and cars come quickly down. It is my evidence that regularly when we encounter buses or trucks coming up and down that road, particularly when they are coming up, cars have to drive onto the footpath to avoid being hit by buses. My concern is that with a potential rezoning, there will be a greater level of bigger trucks coming, utes, builders trucks, whatever, coming up and down that road. So again, without taking steps to adequately address that, I have concerns around the safety of other users, not just vehicular access up and down that road. Those are my two primary submissions that I wish to make today.
Okay, thank you for that. Partly in relation to my comments to Dr. Brown, there's very much an existing situation that you're concerned about. We only have the ability to consider submissions on private land, which was whether the land in question or the properties in question are zoned medium residential or large lot residential. So that's what we have. So but a number of the things, particularly in terms of existing safety, need to be directed to another part of Hutt City Council if they haven't already been.
I agree. However, what I do wish to ask perhaps is within that silo where you are making a decision which will increase the volume or risk associated to existing circumstances, I wonder whether that is relevant. i.e. to increase volume.
It is relevant in terms of the future, what the potential development capacity is in terms of traffic flow and so forth onto Park Road. It is relevant, and we have evidence on that. And we also have evidence from the council officers as well. So yes, in that respect, but some of your concerns are relating to the existing situation, regardless of the fact of what the zoning is.
Yeah, I agree. I do not wish for that to become worse. And
Okay. And that is well understood. Thank you. Any questions? Well, thank you all. Much appreciated. Just looking at the fact that it's 11:01 and we're already 15 minutes behind, we would like to take a break now for 15 minutes. But I just need to look at the schedule. I'm more than happy to push through to 12:30 if we do get into trouble with the remainder of the submitters, but if there are any forthcoming submitters at the back of the room, we are running behind time, so we might need a little bit of flexibility in terms of going forward. So we'll adjourn for 15 minutes. We'll come back sort of just after 11:15. Good morning, all. Next submitter, Paula Clark, Go Architecture. Thank you for your indulgence. I don't know whether you were here before, but we are running a fair bit behind time, so, but take whatever time you need. Thank you.
Good morning. So, as you said, I'm Paula Clark from Go Architecture. We focus on generally small-scale residential work, and what we find is people get caught out on bits and pieces of rules that I don't think were intended to get caught out, and it ends up costing lots of money. So we're just trying to help get this plan as streamlined as possible to avoid that kind of issue. I just want to say thank you for all the work you guys have been doing on this to date.
Thank you.
Must be a lot. So I've provided a printout, so I'll just kind of summarise bits and pieces and not just read the whole
Yes,
thing.
please.
In my submission, I'd asked for the medium residential units to match the standards for the granny flats. And since then, I've seen that the way they measure those for the granny flats is an internal floor measurement rather than a gross floor measurement. So it could be good to try and match that up with that standard. Because we do find there are lots and lots of different ways of measuring areas throughout the industry, and it gets interesting. In my later point about decks, that was really great to see that got changed. And further to my previous submission on the definitions chapter, I think that the eaves depth should be added as an exclusion to the footprint, and that should be added everywhere for the site coverage and for the building setbacks. And I would suggest 600 millimetres, which is in accordance with what the previous plan had been. And I won't go further into the reasons for that, because I think you guys all saw the video evidence of why eaves might be a good idea. Then the other situation is around the facing the street rule, around the 20% of glazing, where there's no definition for the term facing the street, and I think this is open to far more situations than might be intended. And I think there needs to be some kind of definition around what facing the street actually means and what that's intended to capture. So, for example, if you were in a back property, if you're facing the street but you're down in a back property and have no road frontage, are you still facing the street? Does that still apply? Or if you're down the bottom of a gully where there's absolutely no, or the street winds all the way around, is your whole house facing the street that winds around above you? Like, there needs to be some kind of constraint on that definition. And the other issue, which was the rebuttal that came through, basically said it would be too complicated or it would be too blanket to try and make exclusions, and this should be appropriately dealt with resource consents, but resource consents do cost a lot of money, and if it's the only problem that you have, that's wasted money, essentially. If you have an extension, I firmly believe that the extension should have to comply, but that the existing house shouldn't have to now comply because of that. And the way the rule's currently written, I could envisage that if you had a current house that didn't comply and you put a bedroom on the side of it, for example, that you would be in a situation where the overall frontage doesn't comply and you would have to fully glaze your bedroom, which would be ridiculous. So I think there does need to be a carve out for existing buildings, and that would recognise the existing built environment and make sure anything new is in compliance. And I don't think that would be a blanket rule that would then affect developments or anything else that was the concern raised. And the other point, which I won't labour because I can see that it gets quite complex if you try and solve it, is the fact that 20% glazing facing south isn't a great idea, and having a rule that's arbitrary around how your house faces is going to affect the energy efficiency, and it will limit the ability to design a house that is actually of good design and takes into account the sun direction. So I think it is important to consider that. The 20%, when I ran numbers, I put some numbers in there for an example where it wouldn't comply. Some houses it would be fine, and some houses it wouldn't, since the measure in the district plan is the percentage of the wall, whereas the measure in when you're designing is the gross floor area. So it's all going to depend on the shape of a house as to whether that's a problem. And it would probably be limited circumstances at which it was the only thing triggering a resource consent. So I understand that that might not get accepted. There was also a submission where it suggested that the area for a minor residential unit be reduced from 80 square metres to 70 to make things more consistent across the plan. And that was rejected mostly because that would then limit, I think, presumably what the rule might be now and just make it a bit too controlled. But I would like to point out that that also was about the gross floor area rather than internal dimensions. And if you had an 70 square metre internal dimension building with 90 mil framing and 30 mils allowance for cladding, that's about 75 square metres gross. Or if you were using 140 framing, is about 76.6 square metres gross. So if you went to a 70 square metre internal dimension building, it would not be far smaller than 80. And making that standardised would reduce complexity. And on that same note, this was in something that came up in a previous hearing stream, which I didn't attend, and I saw that my suggestion for the outdoor living to be measured with a 3 metre diameter circle to allow for odd-shaped sites was accepted in this submission stream, but rejected in the previous one for the other zoning, and their reasoning for that was because it would introduce complexity by measuring it in a different way in different areas of the plan. So I think that needs to be revisited. Whether accepting my one or rejecting the other one needs to be made a bit more consistent across the two different hearing streams.
Well, thank you for that. On the last point that you made, there is a wrap-up hearing right at the end to deal with any internal inconsistencies in between the various different hearing streams. So we're dealing with residential and rural here. The last hearing was commercial and so forth. So there will be an opportunity for us to get the consistency required on that. But thank you for your submission. Just in terms of the floor area, conventional planning approach is to use the external footprint to determine it rather than the internal usable space. And also Hutt City, along with other what they call tier 1 or significant size local authorities around the country, needed to implement the standards from the medium density residential standards consistently across the country on that matter. So some of the matters which you're raising, the glazing component to the street and so forth, it is what it is to some extent because those have been imposed by central government and carried through with Plan Change 56, which was dealt with 3 years ago, and the residential areas basically have the controls have been essentially rolled through to the proposed district plan as we have now. Okay. Any questions, comments?
I don't have any questions, thank you. I was just flicking through. A lot of your submission has been accepted by the officers, so yeah, I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Clark. Yes, I raised that issue with regarding the 70 and 80 square metres with yesterday with Mr. Horrell, because I was wondering whether there could be some consistency between the residential standard, which is set by the NES, and the standard for the rural zones, which is 80. Not sure where I left it with Mr. Horrell, but it's something that he's possibly going to come back to us on his right of reply. And as the chair said, the potential inconsistency between the commercial zones hearing stream with Mr. Davis is something that I'm sure Ms. Pascal will alert him to, and we'll get a response on that combined hearing. But the only matter, and that I wondered whether Ms. Pascal might be prepared to have a think about, is the facing the street matter. I appreciate what the chair's said about the MDRA standards setting the parameters for this, but if there's any scope or wiggle room to take up some of these suggestions by Ms. Clark, given her expertise in architectural design, and particularly in terms of, say, definitions or obviously the metrics are pretty fixed. But this issue about existing versus extensions might be one that has an unintended consequence. So the extent to which you're able to address those in the right of reply, that would be, I'd find that useful.
Yep, happy to do so. Very clear.
Yes, and nothing further from me. Thank you. It is quite good that we have somebody such as yourself who is like on the tools, working with the district plan to outline some of these matters in terms of the nuances that there are and some of the practical difficulties. So that is very helpful. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
So we've got Ms. Rossa online. Okay. I'll just get her evidence.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Rossa.
Here we go.
Here we go. Hello again.
Good morning. Hello again.
Welcome. Thank you for attending this hearing stream. We have your evidence, which we have read. Did you have some introductory comments which you wanted to make prior to any questions we may have?
Yes, a couple. Thank you. So I guess in terms of this hearing stream, EnviroNZ requested changes to the medium density residential zone and the high density residential zone, which all revolve around providing a minimum standard for waste management areas and multi-unit developments. So the only other major issue that's come up in relation to the rebuttal evidence the officers is in relation to the rural zones and the general rural zone policy 2. So if we go back to the high density zones, to give some background, I guess other intensification contexts, obviously I have most experience with Auckland, but they've discovered that a lot of the intensification occurs at levels less than 10 dwellings. So this is obviously where I considered there was a gap in relation to providing some sort of waste storage on site. And the monitoring for those types of developments has found that the space for waste needs to be designed at the outset, because the envelopes are so tight that you can't, if you don't design it in at the beginning, you're not going to you'll either create no space for your bins or insufficient or poorly located space. So there's obviously, if you get undersized storage, residents can't separate waste, as they will put most waste in the general bin or contaminate the recycling bin with inappropriate waste. Obviously, that's already an issue, but it's worse if you don't have the space to have the separate bins available. And this impacts greenhouse gas emission targets. Poorly located storage, whether in common areas or in outdoor amenity areas or under bedroom windows, for example, leads to neighbour tension and safety issues, odour, vermin issues, and you can also get manual handling hazards when you're dragging bins across stairs or steep gradients or unpaved surfaces. Insufficient curb space for bins results in hazards for the collection vehicles. And that's one that our branch manager, who is unfortunately unable to attend today, considers to be a big risk. So I'm not sure, I have to just put this up to the screen, but oops, it's not focusing, is it?
We see lots of yellow bags.
Yes, I know, and it's from Wellington Central, but basically it's an existing development where they didn't actually put any thought into where their waste storage was to be located. and obviously it blocks the footpath but the other big issue I think for the collection vehicles is that you have to hold the traffic up because your truck has to be stationary for some minutes, and drivers get frustrated that accidents are then accidents are more likely to occur. And the manager outlined this frustration trigger point is more likely to occur when you've got approximately 5 bins to be picked up at the same location. He cited current issues in Hutt City for private lanes such as in Waiwhetu Road, where bins are brought to the street and parked cars prevent a waste truck from getting out of the main traffic flow. So therefore it holds up the traffic for some time. The collection vehicle obviously does, and so then you create this kind of frustration point for the vehicles behind, and that's, you know, apparently they've had a lot of near misses in relation to this in terms of accidents trying to get past a rubbish truck when they've got to pick up a lot of bins. And so without a curb standard as proposed, if any of these sites down the private lane intensified, which they would generally, I assume there might still be some rules under the transport section in relation to the width of any access way, but if it was, you know, double width access way, for example, these more bins added to the street frontage, you know, would be an issue for, you know, their collection. So, right. So, while I understand the concerns of the reporting planner in relation to the way that the formatting of the residential sections are at the moment, that if you put in a waste management standard, then developments up to 3 units, given the medium MDRS requirements, I would question actually whether the proposed standard is a density standard as Ms. Pascal presents, as it does not appear to meet the definition of a density standard, but more supports or is consequential to the density standards, and therefore perhaps it seems to me it could be more defined as a related provision. So I'm just wondering whether there might be scope to have it not considered as a density provision, and therefore it could be added as a standard. But if the panel does not wish to apply the standard for up to 3 units as a standard to be complied with, then it could apply to more than 3 units by either inserting it as a standard to be complied with under the restricted discretionary activity rule, that's MRZR42 for residential activities over 3 units, or as a standalone rule, potentially like the servicing and outdoor storage and work areas rules, where an additional clause, if you put it in as its own rule, would detail that it would only apply to developments more than 3 residential units per site. I guess in this manner, then that would ensure good urban development outcomes as far as you know, providing waste storage goes. And the only other point in the rebuttal evidence in terms of Ms. Pascal is that I support her amended text policy P13 under the medium and the high density zones, as this will at least provide some guidance for waste storage areas. And I think it's good in relation to the fact that if you don't have it there, the servicing areas definition is so generic and isn't specific enough for waste storage areas. So I think having some specific mention to waste storage areas is worth having there. In terms of the rural zones, my comments were in relation to the General Rural Policy 2 for compatible activities. EnviroNZ supported the waste management submission for suggested amendments to that policy, including the deletion of the qualifier in clause 2E, where potentially compatible activities included clean fills, managed fills and quarrying activities that supported rural development. So that the wording that supported rural development was, we supported that wording be removed. My evidence supported the waste, for that removal, in terms of the fact that it would recognise the functional need for these activities to be in the zone, but also noting that the potential to be compatible is recognised, not their general compatibility, because the whole limb of that policy is about the potential compatibility. I note Mr. Bellamy focuses on my evidence on this point, but does not consider Ms. Goodwin's evidence in relation to Waste Management Limited. And I'm sorry, I didn't hear Ms. Goodwin yesterday. But I am in agreement that in terms of your evidence that clean fill, managed fill and quarrying activities primarily support urban development rather than rural development. And for these activities, once effects are managed, they can be compatible. I consider broadly that the effects of the activities are generally dependent on the size of the activity rather than where the material goes or is from, and therefore the size of the activity is the issue, and the existing clause may not provide this assurance of compatibility in that case. So what I'm saying there is the rural clause, that it's incompatible with rural development. To me, it doesn't actually solve the issue in relation to effects. So the current wording therefore places most clean fills and managed fills under policy P3. And while I accept Mr. Bellamy's reasoning that they can be considered under this policy, their potential compatibility could still be addressed under policy P2. So I think that's all for everything I have for you today, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. So you didn't hear the discussions yesterday with Waste Management?
No, unfortunately, I wasn't able to get on that.
My impression was that there was a large amount of alignment with the officers with Waste Management. Waste Management had a large amount of alignment with the officers on that issue.
Well, if I'm happy to, I guess, defer to them in this instance.
All right. We'll see if we've got any other questions. Julianne? No. Liz?
Just a clarification. You talked about, I just missed the rule number that you were talking about, an RDA rule for over 3 units.
Yeah, that would be the restricted discretionary rule R42.
4.2, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
It's not 42?
No, it's not 42,
Yeah,
4.2, yeah.
Okay. And when you look at that rule, what are the matters of discretion for that?
That it meets, I think it's that it's just that it's where compliance is not achieved with the number of the standards. So I guess it's another standard to be complied with. So
Right.
it may still be applicable.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. It's just a clarification from me.
Thank you. I think Ms. Pascal has tried to take into account your concerns, particularly in relation to residential properties 4 to 10 in number, by having an additional clause in the policy to take into account that waste management facilities need to be taken into account of in terms of design. But the problem is that it's with potentially 1 to 3, which could potentially be permitted activity otherwise, and it'll be very much more difficult to do that. Did you have any comment about whether that's appropriate or not?
I think the design guidance I mean, it can't require these minimum standards, and I think that's where it's been seen elsewhere that having a standard is more appropriate, so that you at least get the minimum sizes of waste storage and some basic requirements for location to be considered. In terms of up to 3 units, I think it can still be helpful to have a waste storage location and size, because you're still getting down, often you're getting down to about 200 square meters per unit. So even if you're looking at an average site size of 600, and therefore it's still relatively tight to fit waste storage in appropriate places.
Yeah, that's understood. All right. I don't have any further questions, but Commissioner McMahon does.
Yes, I didn't think I had any questions, but what your last comment just raised something for me, and just a clarification from Ms. Pascal. You've suggested that addition to the policy for units 4 and more. That's a restricted discretionary activity? And just remind me, is there any matters of discretion relating to the location design of waste management collection, or and if there isn't, could there be, rather than specifying metrics and standards that may not be able to be complied with?
The rule itself doesn't specify that. The matters of discretion are restricted to the matters of discretion for any infringed standards, so it would only be in terms of those permitted activity standards that are breached.
Yeah, so that suggestion wouldn't fit with that approach then, is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, well, thank you, Ms. Rossa.
Thank you very much.
No further questions. Next submitter, somebody's broken the rule. Next submitter, Andrew and Robin Robinson, and the Sensible Solutions for Eastbourne Group. Firstly, apologies, we're running half an hour behind, so
that's all right.
Thank you for your indulgence here.
Got a very short commentary, so hopefully you'll get back on track after my commentary.
Over to you.
And hopefully you can hear me okay.
Yes, that's good.
My name is Andrew Robinson, and my wife Robin and I are the owners of the property at 269 Muritai Road, Eastbourne. We have lived at this address since 2005. I'm also here on behalf of a group of property owners called the Sensible Solutions Eastbourne Group, who have provided a submission in response to the proposed large lot residential zone in Eastbourne. Collectively, we've lived in Eastbourne for many decades, so very familiar with the community. Part of our overall submission to the proposed district plan and that of our Sensible Solution Eastbourne's group relates to the proposed introduction of a large lot residential zone on ours and a number of properties throughout the Eastbourne Bays. The definition of this zone has noted that these areas have special characteristics that need protection from future development or suffer from a lack of reticulated water, wastewater, stormwater, have no safe pedestrian environment or access to public transport. Oops, just bear with me. We opposed the proposed rezoning because these properties mentioned in both submissions are not special and have none of those negative attributes required to meet the criteria of being in a large lot residential zone and need to be moved from that zoning back into the medium residential zone. There are precedents that these sites can be subdivided. Next door to our property, 265A was subdivided some time ago. 287B 277 Muritai Road, where development has occurred on the land regarded as being inaccessible under the large lot residential zone. These are points we raised far back as 2023, following the Plan Change 56 in the draft plan material that was released at the time. We questioned the necessity for this suggested change. We asked for a response from the council as to why our properties had been singled out in Eastbourne for this large lot residential zone, and to date we had no real response from the council to that fact. Our submission also proposed that the large lot residential zone across Eastbourne Bays be removed as well, we proposed some alternative solutions to the large lot residential rules. From reading the submissions made and Kate Pascal's report, it seems that other parts of Eastbourne Bays may support the large lot residential zone and the 1,000 square metre lot size, and as a result, we're not going to argue against other property owners that we know personally. That said, our view is that there needs to be consistency, and that other properties on Muritai Road, particularly who are in a similar position to ourselves, should not be inconsistent with the medium residential zone. In other words, have the large lot residential zone removed as well, for the same reasons that I'll come to in a second. We've noted Kate Pascal's negative assessment of our alternative solutions. We maintain a position that the Hutt City Council, assuming that the large lot residential zone continues, should be giving something back to owners who have been downzoned, lost subdivisional rights and potential property value as a result. This could be via increased site coverage, increased height limits as a way to recoup some lost value. We are pleased to see that Kate Pascal's Section 42A report, points 495 to 504, supports our opposition to the large lot residential zone and concludes that, and I'm quoting from this, based on my assessment in attachment 3, I support the rezoning of 273 Muritai Road, 269 Muritai Road, 271 Muritai Road, 265A Muritai Road, 297 Muritai Road, 277 Muritai Road from large lot residential zone to medium density residential zone. This just continuing the quote, these properties meet the criteria for a medium density zoning based on accessibility to public transport, local amenities and a safe pedestrian environment. There are 3 waters connections available in the road reserve. The rezoning of medium residential zone also supports a consolidated zoning pattern in these locations. These property owners have therefore had a reasonable assumption that their property could be developed to a higher density for several years, which is very different from what would be allowed under the large lot residential zone. Considering this alongside the other matters I've noted above, I consider a downzoning of these sites to be inappropriate. End quote. That's a pleasing assessment for a number of the property owners in our submissions, which of course we would agree with and support. However, I would add that 2/517 Marine Drive, which was not considered as part of that rezoning by Kate, be reassessed against the criteria for large lot residential zone, as this property does not have site access constraints. Having driven past it for 20 years, I can tell it's got safe pedestrian facilities, it doesn't have any 3 waters issues. It may have some vegetation, which may need some consideration, but it's a property that could be subdivided as well. So, in conclusion, we reiterate our opposition to the large lot residential zone for our property and those noted in the SSC submission. We ask the Hutt City Council to reconsider the need for large lot residential zone across these properties as recommended in the Kate Pascal report, with the exception that property at 2/517 Marine Drive be reassessed by an independent planner. Thank you.
Sorry, what was the address of that property?
2/517 Marine Drive. It's directly beside the service station. That's around the coast, Eastern Bays.
Yeah. Oh, yes, I know the site. Just in relation to that property, just the current proposed district plan zoning has, it's all large lot residential in terms of the zoning.
Yes.
Yeah, so, sorry, just to get you.
So it would be for the whole site rather than just the number 2 itself. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Do you know whether the other parties who have land ownership there, what their position are, or?
No, I don't, unfortunately. But I could-
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll just ask my colleagues with questions.
I don't have any questions, but I would love a copy of what your notes that you've been reading from, if you wouldn't mind emailing them to our.
To
Yeah.
Sarita.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
So we've got a record. Yeah.
Thank
no
you. I'm sure I didn't record it accurately, so if we have a copy, that would be helpful.
Thank you.
Good morning still, Mr. Robinson. 2 or 3 from me. In respect to that 2/517 Marine Drive, was that a property that was captured in your submission or Sensible Solutions submission?
Sensible solution submission, yes.
Okay. Secondly, in Ms Pascal's rebuttal at 497, she notes that some of the properties, 17, that were listed in the Sensible Solutions property are actually not zoned large lot residential.
Yeah, no, that's right.
Can you accept that?
And so, yeah, that was kind of moral support, put it
Yes.
that way, for us with respect to just trying to obtain a consistent approach relative to our properties, given that they're neighbours of ours, most of them, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Finally, putting aside the merits of whether the zoning changes should occur or not, Ms Pascal raises a procedural and sort of natural justice issue about whether there's a fairness issue to those property owners that are covered by the Sensible Solutions submission, are aware of the suggested zoning change.
Yes.
Can you give us any strong assurances on that?
Yeah, absolutely. I can assure you that they are aware of the zoning changes and that they have, in part of their submission they've made is consistent with that. But since the report's come out, we've certainly discussed Kate's report and the comments that have been, proffered out of that report. And I've got no direction from them to raise any further questions in relation to their specific properties.
Yes.
Other than 2517 Marine
Right.
Drive.
Do you have it might be in your original submission, what's the total quantum of properties that are affected by the submission? Do you happen to know that?
For the actually affected by
Yeah.
the large lot, I think there's probably 7 or 8 probably in that context. I can add them up for you here. I've got them on the list. But anything with Murutai Drive, with effectively is on that hillside. There's not many of those Murutai Road sites that are mentioned in there that are on the road side, if that makes sense, or the beach side. So the bulk of those properties are effectively, kind of in that either a large lot residential zone or a medium residential zone, but they're in the same vicinity effectively.
Yes. Again, I need to refresh my memory in terms of the submission. Did the submission from Sensible Solutions identify properties by particular reference to individual properties or through a spatial depiction of those properties that you sought to be rezoned?
Yeah, I'm not sure how to answer that, but yeah, I think the submission was made based on, kind of a collective view that that area should change rather than individual sites should change. It was, yeah.
So it was a narrative description of
Yep.
the area as opposed to a list of X number of properties that should be rezoned?
Yeah, effectively, our view collectively was that large lot residential zone down that section should just be removed and replaced. The medium residential zone,
Yes.
for the simple reason that the characteristics of those sites are all pretty similar.
Yes, I mean, obviously, the quantum was in excess of 17 properties because
Yeah.
the 17 are already
So-
seen, and then there's the 6 properties that have been suggested.
Yeah, there's a cobbled together of a range of thoughts in there, David, to be
Yes.
honest.
Okay.
Some people had a have a specific issue they've raised in their submission,
Yes.
rather than
Okay.
wanting their own site to change. I don't know if
What
that
I'm going to
answers your
do is
question.
invite Ms Pascal to respond to that in the right of reply in terms of just clarifying the facts of how the submission identified the properties.
Sure.
And in light of your responses, whether she still thinks there is a fairness and natural justice issue involved. Thank you, Mr Robbins.
I have no other questions. I too was concerned about who you represent and whether it can be considered comprehensively or not.
Yes.
Because there is the interests of other people who are not potentially involved in this, which we need to take into account as well.
Sure.
I support what my colleague says about requesting Ms Pascal to give us some further advice on that. Because just looking at Eastbourne, there is a large area of large lot residential, just generally.
Yes.
And generally on the higher parts and the ones with constrained road access and so forth being the reason why. So, but thank you for your points. It is much appreciated, and thank you for coming on a little bit later than you were supposed to in the first place. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Mr. Barnard Thompson. You had heard my apologies for how badly we are out of sync with the original program. So thank you for that. We have your evidence and we have read that. So
okay,
thank you for your time.
No, that's good. I'd like to take the opportunity just to make a few comments, and obviously, so I do just have an up-to-date map of the planning controls around New Zealand, which thanks, David. Yeah, just I guess hot off the press. So I guess I just wanted to include that, but just make a few comments really. So, so primarily we are interested in the rural residential zones in terms of the planning controls on relocated buildings. But we are aiming to get similar controls right across all the applicable zones in the plan. It's interesting, when you look at the Hutt City current operative district plan, but also the draft plan from 2023 and then proposed district plan, they're all silent about the status of relocated buildings, which is curious. That's unusual when it comes to district plans across New Zealand. And frankly, it's disappointing that despite our previous written submissions, that the council hasn't considered that there does need to be specific rules for relocated buildings, when in our view there is a clear and obvious need for this. It's also interesting, as I pointed out in my written submission, that the council's website does actually include information about what building and planning controls are required for relocated buildings, yet this activity is not included in any of these plans. So my appearance here today is to get certainty for the status of relocated buildings in the district plan for current and future property owners in the Hutt City area. So since 1998, the association's been making submissions to district plans around the country. In 2004, we appealed in the Environment Court against the Central Otago District Plan, and that sets, for our perspective, a useful precedent for planning activity permitted with performance standards for relocated buildings. So on the map, you can see in green all those areas that subsequent to 2004 have seen fit to include in their plan a similar permitted activity status for relocates, some with performance controls and others without. Of course, I recognise that each council is entitled to have their own district planning controls for their area, and indeed some of the councils have some variations in the performance standards. However, each of these areas in green, which you can see is the vast majority, have current provisions in the proposed plan that relocates possibly have non-complying status, maybe discretionary, certainly not mentioned apart from in relation to historic heritage. In my view, there's many good reasons for specifically providing for relocated buildings. These are outlined in a bit more detail in points 517 and 518. And these in relation to housing affordability and the reuse of existing housing within the city. Frankly, if it's too difficult or perhaps even not possible to recycle an existing good character house onto a new site in the Hutt City area, they're likely to go to Ahapaha or perhaps over the hill to the Wairarapa, or maybe they'll be demolished and sent to the landfill. Is this something that the council actually wants to support? In my view, there needs to be provisions that encourage but also control the relocation of buildings onto a new site. And I would argue that this can be done by implementing permitted activity status with performance standards. So these include a building report of the existing building, of the items to be reinstated, a timeline to place the building on new foundations, which we normally suggest as being 2 months, and then a timeline to complete the full reinstatement, which is agreed to by the property owner. But if these performance standards are not able to be committed to, then I submit that the planning control defaults to restricted discretionary. So it would still require resource consent so the council has more control over the reinstatement process in that situation. Similar controls to this setup have been in place with some councils around New Zealand for more than 20 years. Central Otago was the first one, and them recently reconfirmed permitted activity status in their latest review plan. So the detailed mechanisms by which this should be obtained and inserted into the plan, they're included in my written submission, but basically includes a new definition for relocated buildings, the retention of relocation specifically in relation to historic heritage buildings only, as we do recognise that these buildings need to be specifically controlled, the adding of a permitted activity status for those relocates that can comply with these permitted, the performance standards, and the adding of a restricted discretionary status for those that can't comply with the standards. In my view, the proposed plan needs to include these measures for relocated buildings to give certainty to property owners and also to encourage the sustainable use of affordable housing in the council area. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We had a little bit of discussion at the very first hearing about relocatable buildings.
All right.
And we did pose some questions to the reporting officer, which was Ms. Pascal, at that time, which she responded to. So the line of questioning at that stage was around what is the scenario if somebody goes and puts a relocatable house on 44-gallon drums and leaves it there for 4 or 5 years, as I've seen before? What are the controls? Is that a Building Act matter, or is it appropriately dealt with under the Resource Management Act? So we received a response to that, primarily pointing it to the Building Act.
Right.
With the view of relocatable buildings being they need to be treated very much as if it was a new build, and the requirements for a Building Act. So that's my understanding of it. I'm sure I'll be corrected if I'm wrong. But thank you for your submission. I don't have any further questions of you. I'll just ask my colleagues. Julianne?
No, I think it's just probably something for the reporting officers to think about, because I did omit to ask yesterday that your submission points haven't been specifically addressed in the officers' reports for this hearing stream, so maybe they could just turn their minds to that and whether it's necessary or not. But thank you for your, thanks for coming today and for what you've provided.
Good afternoon, Mr. Barnard Thompson. Good to see you again. I don't want to say too much, as you probably understand. I was involved in considering your submission in relation to the Wairarapa Combined District Plan, and that's going through mediation at the moment, hopefully with a positive outcome. Yes. Yes, and that's probably what we need to say. But I may have this wrong, but I also can recall hearing stream 1 where this was dealt with, and my understanding is that that the activity that you're referring to is permitted. at least in the, well, it may vary from zone to zone, but section 9.3 of the Act says that an activity is permitted unless it's controlled by a rule. And so the default activity status for the different zones is the critical determination of whether you are permitted or not for relocated buildings. Now, my recollection of what was said at hearing stream 1 is that the activity is permitted subject to standards. There aren't, apart from new building standards, there aren't any standards. So my understanding, and I'm happy for Ms. Pascal to correct me and nuance the response, is that those activities are actually permitted in the plan for at least some of the zones. The default activity status does work differently for different zones, and we heard from Mr. Davis about how they differ between, say, the commercial zones and the industrial zones. But Ms. Pascal, were you able to shed any light on that?
Yes, certainly. The intent of the proposed plan is that relocated buildings are permitted, and I did recommend some amendments to definitions to make that clearer. Right. So there isn't a specific rule stating they're permitted, but it's sort of indirect through definitions and such.
Yes, and Mr. Barnett-Thompson, that's not uncommon. It's not, relocated buildings don't just rely on that approach either. A whole bunch of other activities are deemed to be permitted activities, subject to compliance with standards, and where they don't, then they default to, say, restricted discretionary. But in this case, I don't think the plan distinguishes between relocated and new buildings. So as long as the relocated building meets performance standards such as bulk and location, it's permitted. It doesn't matter whether it's a new build or where it's coming from, Taihape. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All we would say is maybe have a look at the right of reply on hearing stream 1, because that might provide your answer. And in this case, section 9.3 of the Act is your friend. Yes. Yes. And you heard the chair refer earlier to an integration hearing. So if there is any nuances between the different zones, that'll be the time to sort that out.
No, thank you, Mr. Barnett-Thompson. Thank you. Right. North Street Partnerships, Glenn Cooper and Emma Bean. So we received a summary statement, but there's no evidence. So, and I've just had a flick through your summary statement and generally in support, or all in support.
Hi, my name is Emma Bean. I'm an intermediate planner with Cuttress Consultants Limited. Cuttress prepared the submission on behalf of North Street Partnerships in relation to 70 Mangaraki Road in Korakora. The submission report supports the proposed rezoning of the site to medium density. And I'll keep it very brief. I do not intend to repeat the submission in full. My purpose is to confirm that the relief sought by North Street Partnerships is now generally supported by Council's reporting officer. The submission seeks to retain the proposed medium-density residential zone for 70 Mangaraki Road, and that it's the most appropriate zoning for the site on the basis that it's in an urban context, is adjacent to medium-density residential zone land, and is available for residential development. I understand that the Section 42A report recommends accepting the relief sought by North Street Partnerships. And I also understand that the rebuttal evidence does not change that recommendation, and the rebuttal mapping continues to record the request as retained medium-density residential zone. Accordingly, the matter does not seem to be in contention, and I respectfully ask the panel to confirm the medium-density residential zone for 70 Mangaraki Road, consistent with the Section 42A recommendation and Council's rebuttal evidence. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions from the panel.
Relatively unusual submission, and that you're a submitter and support, and everybody is in agreement here. Just looking at the land, it's obviously been, it's a relatively big chunk of land, undeveloped at the moment, nothing on it.
Yep, vacant.
Bush-clad hillside, is it?
Yeah, mostly.
All right, and presumably the client has some intentions of developing it for residential purposes in the future?
Yes, there is a live resource consent at the moment for 13 lots. It was granted some point in 2022, but yeah, under the current zoning.
But it hasn't been implemented?
Not yet, no.
Okay. All right, thank you. I have no questions. No, thank you very much. We'll take the lunch adjournment and return at 1 o'clock. perfect timing. We were wondering whether you were going to be here for 1 o'clock or not, but you just made it in time. We'll recommence the hearing for the afternoon session on hearing stream 3 of the Hutt City Proposed District Plan. First submitter we have is Silverstream Park Christian Centre. So if you'd like to come forward. Oh, is that those? Oh, is it? Ah, right. Thank you. We've read your evidence and we've now also received your summary statement. So proceed as you wish. Thinking that we have half an hour allocated, and we saw some timing difficulties with things going over this morning, but we managed to claw that back. But the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, there you go. I've got a pretty good voice, you'll hear me anyway. And our committee, I take it, is on each side? Yep. I thank you for considering our submission and the opportunity to speak today. We'll get through this easy in half an hour. I'm John Ross, and I am the founding donor and trustee of Silverstream Park Christian Centre Charitable Trust. I've been involved with Silverstream Park Christian Centre since I purchased it back in 1990 and donated the property to the trust. I'm also joined today by several experts with me who have provided evidence either to support the relief sought by Silverstream Park Christian Centre in relation to the rezoning request at 320 Eastern Hutt Road. That is Mr. Sam Godwin, civil engineer expert, and Mr. Glenn Cooper, our planning expert. I do not intend to repeat my evidence in full. My purpose today of being here is to emphasise a practical context to the panel. Silverstream Park Christian Centre owns the land holding at 320 Eastern Hutt Road, Stokes Valley, and adjacent land. It is 38 hectares, 100 acres site located on the northern boundary of the city and sits on a terrace above the Hutt Valley, surrounded by native bush and bordered to the west by Te Ara Kairangi Hutt River. Silverstream Retreat operates from the site and is a long-established mixed-use retreat, accommodation, conference, function, assembly, recreation and community facility. The retreat currently includes 9 residential dwellings, accommodation for approximately 300 guests, 5 conference venues, breakout rooms and associated facilities. Back when I purchased the property, there were 130,000 square foot of buildings. And so it has this massive history, like a state house is 1,000 square foot. So it had the equivalent of 130 state houses. And the site has been developed over the past 36 years with hundreds of thousands of people having passed through it. In a typical week, approximately 1,000 people use the property. And it's just a little bit of history. When the Americans were there during the Second World War, they had 1,600 people living at the property at one time, at any one time. The Trust is currently implementing its consented development plan, including a new activity centre and youth centre. Those facilities are important to the future of the retreat and to the wider community. The Trust is also considering further accommodation, including approximately 50 motel units to support the retreat's event, conference, youth accommodation and community functions. The retreat has a lot of weddings, conferences, corporate use, but also runs a lot of children's and youth camps and sporting camps and/or provides accommodation for them. A resource consent application to develop 12 residential lots off Kingsley Street and on the southern area of the land overlooking the retreat was withdrawn last year pending the outcome of rezoning. This is right at the top of the hill, long way away from the rest of our activity. However, enabling steps to secure right-of-way access from Hutt City Council land and a private drainage easement for a wastewater connection have been completed. And this was with the support of the city, knowing what we were planning to do. I support the relief sought by Silverstream Park Christian Centre as set out in my statements of evidence. I also acknowledge and support the Council's movement and rebuttal evidence on the precinct extension and partial median density residential zoning. I confirm there is no contest to the proposed general rural zoning. The only remaining issue then is whether the zoning should go further than Council's rebuttal recommendation and recognise the southern proposed development at the top of the hill land through median density residential zoning rather than split large lot residential zoning. Specifically, I understand the issue preventing Council's reporting office from supporting rezoning of the southern part of the site appears to be a potentially resolvable water supply constraint, which my experts will speak to. I respectfully ask the panel to recognise the full established and developing role of the retreat and provide a zoning framework that allows the Trust to continue investing in the site for the benefit of the community and realises the efficient use of the land with the least planning constraints possible. Mr. Godwin and Mr. Cooper will provide further details on engineering and planning matters to support this relief. And thank you. I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions?
No, I don't have any questions, thank you, but it's good to hear some background and of the usage of the site, so thank you for that.
Nothing? I don't have anything. We will be going and having a look. We haven't been to the site at all.
You're most welcome.
And we don't need to be accompanied at all. But presumably we can go to a central point and just get a feel for the lie of the land and so forth when we enter the site.
Yeah, you're most welcome. When you go up there, look, with that many people coming through, you'll see the well-formed roads, beautifully asphalt, beautifully landscaped. So just drive up through, get out, wander around, you'll see it, and nobody will challenge you.
Can we see the southern part of the site quite
No,
easily from the retreat
like
itself?
Being a 100-acre site, I don't, it's like it's huge. And so it is up the hill and over the back from where you would drive onto the site. The best way to get there would be to drive to the top of Kingsley Street, get out the car and walk down the track.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Godwin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I have spoken today already, so you're familiar with who I am, and I have the summary of my summary statement here. I won't read that verbatim. As we know, there's just one issue to be resolved. Mr. Aitchison and I are in agreement for all matters apart from the water supply. So I'll read the relevant parts of this and then open it up for questions. The water supply, I just wanted to reiterate paragraph 3.20 and 3.21 of my evidence that I believe Council's statements do not fully reflect the site's servicing position in relation to water supply. Mr. Aitchison acknowledged in his rebuttal, paragraph 26, that some parts of the site are serviced from the public water supply system. And for clarity for the panel, the part of the site that is in fact serviced from the public system is the southern area of 320 Eastern Hutt Road. There is a council-owned 150mm diameter water main immediately adjacent to the site boundary within land owned by the applicant, or submitter, sorry. In my opinion, the southern land proposed for future residential developments, the most straightforward part of the site. for medium-density residential development from a water supply perspective. It does not need to rely on the private system that has been referred to in various pieces of evidence, and a connection could be easily made to that and just extended through whatever proposed development of that southern portion of 320 Eastern Hutt Road is made. Initially, Mr. Aitchison's evidence was alluding to all aspects of the water supply potentially not being suitable, and I did listen into yesterday's session, and he has narrowed that down to a supply, as he was putting it, supply issue being the capacity of the reservoir. I did mention in here that there's sufficient pressure and the likes, given the site is a sufficient level below the reservoir, so the pressures meet the Wellington Water standards. I accept that further engineering investigation will be required before any future residential subdivision or land use development could proceed. However, I do not agree that the need for that work is of itself an engineering reason to retain the large lot residential zone of the southern portion of the site. Accordingly, I remain of the opinion that the water supply does not represent a fundamental civil engineering constraint to rezoning. That's the end of my summary. If you're happy for me just to continue to acknowledge some of the comments that were made yesterday in the conversations.
Certainly.
So I understand that there was points raised to Mr. Aitchison and Ms. Pascal around the, I guess, consistency of the application of servicing restrictions throughout several of these zone changes. There seemed to be quite a lot of discussion yesterday about Cambridge Terrace. We obviously heard from a group this morning about 104 Upper Fitzherbert. And also another site that was mentioned yesterday but not in detail was 12 Shaftesbury Grove being plan change 58, the private plan change. I guess the approach taken on plan change 58, I was the civil engineering expert on behalf of the submitter then, and Mr. Aitchison was also representing council in that instance as well. That site was rezoned to medium density residential. That site did not have water supply immediately available to it. That site requires construction of a new reservoir because it is in the far end of Stokes Valley. It is technically the area, Upper Holborn area as it's called, is supplied by the Kingsley Reservoir, the same reservoir that we're talking about. However, the elevation difference and things did not mean that the pressures were available, hence the requirement of a new reservoir to be constructed. So I am raising this due to, I guess, a precedent that has been set and an understanding that we are trying to understand whether an adequate, a feasible engineering solution is available. And I do believe that on this site, 320 Eastern Hutt Road, that there is a feasible engineering solution, despite whether the comments raised by Mr. Aitchison, whether there's supply available. I note that Mr. Aitchison did not provide any evidence that supply is not available. So we are relying on his uncertainty, I guess, whether there is something available. I have exchanged some emails with Mr. Aitchison. I was trying to resolve this so we didn't need to spend your guys' valuable time on this. However, we could not agree. But what I had raised to Mr. Aitchison, and it was again raised yesterday between yourselves and Mr. Aitchison, that there was, or Ms. Pascal, I believe it might have been, that there was a consent made in 2024. Prior to that, we had done a lot of work with Wellington Water to understand the water supply and whether there were restrictions there. And we had an agreement in principle in writing from Wellington Water, noting that they did not have any concerns providing water supply to the resource consent that was made, subsequently withdrawn. I did not see that valuable, that evidence needing to be submitted here because that is the detailed design matter. That is not, is there a fundamental engineering reason to decline rezoning. Thank you.
Just on that last point, the now withdrawn resource consent was for how many lots? How many residential units were proposed?
That was 12
Okay,
residential
so
units.
that's only on a very small part of the southern part of the overall site then? Or did it extend further? We don't have that information in
Yeah,
front
no,
of us, and
that's understandable.
because it's been withdrawn, we just don't know.
Yes,
So,
that was, I guess, the most logical extent of what we're calling the southern portion of 320 Eastern Hutt Road to develop. So you could, if zoned medium density residential, put a more intensive development in there. Those lots were relatively large, so they were ranging from 500 to 1,000 square metres. So if it was zone medium density residential, you could feasibly, given, through the resource consent process, put something in there that was more similar to the characteristics, I guess, of medium density residential zoning.
okay. Questions?
Good afternoon, Mr. Goodwin. Thank you for coming back today. Yes, and also thank you for listening in yesterday. I think that was useful context. So what we took from yesterday, and you've confirmed today, was that Mr. Atkinson wasn't concerned with pressure or flow. He was more concerned with supply.
Yes.
And when I questioned him on that, he said there were two aspects to supply. One was the reservoir to contain the supply, and then secondly, the source of water to supply the reservoir. Did you understand that that was his two-pronged concern there?
From our consultation with Wellington Water, those concerns were not raised, and I would like to understand where Mr. Atchison's concerns have come from, because I don't understand that he's had any communication directly with Wellington Water on that matter.
Okay. To the extent that you're able to shed some light on it, let me just ask you a couple of questions.
Please.
In terms of the capacity of the existing reservoir, where is that? Where is that located, and what's its name?
The reservoir itself is the
Yes.
Kingsley Reservoir.
It is.
That has
And that's what you
Kingsley
referred to
Street
earlier.
Reservoir.
Yes.
Yeah, and that has a capacity of approximately 19,000 cubic metres.
Okay. Cubic metres, right?
Yep, 19,000 cubic metres.
Yes. Is that off the site?
That is a council reservoir on council land at the moment. It is not within 320 Eastern Hutt Road.
Yes. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. From what I understood from Mr. Atkinson's response, he felt that that size, that volume, the quantity that it could contain was insufficient to supply the level of development over the entirety of the property sought to be rezoned MRZ. Do you have any response to that?
Again, I guess I'd reiterate what I said before. I don't believe that Mr. Atchison has done any calculations to justify his position on that. He is just unsure and does not have evidence to prove that a development of 320 Eastern Hutt Road would have sufficient capacity. All I can say is from our consultation with Wellington Water, no concerns were raised.
Okay, thank you. You understand I need to test these matters?
Yep, that's okay.
Yep. Secondly, and again, this is just my understanding of what Mr. Atkinson said, he raised some issues about where the supply of water to fill that reservoir might come from. I didn't really take it any further, but are you able to shed any light on that in terms of current supply to that reservoir and its source?
Not in terms of capacity of it, yeah. So there's a bulk, Greater Wellington Regional Council asset, a bulk water main, which runs alongside 320 Eastern Hut Road up the hill and feeds the Kingsley Street Reservoir.
Okay.
And I'm not aware of any constraints to that network, but I have not looked into that matter.
Yes. So that's a Greater Wellington asset?
Yes.
Yes. But the reservoir itself is owned by the...
It'd be Hutt City Council.
Hutt City, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Picking up on a point that the Chair raised with you at the inception, about the role of Wellington Water in this. Obviously, you and Mr. Ross and the Trust have relied on the advice that they gave back in 2025, late 2025?
2021, we were, yes, that was some time ago when we were liaising with them prior to an application made in 2024.
Yes.
Yep.
So is that the last correspondence you've had with Wellington Water on
correct.
the matter? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I might have misunderstood that yesterday. I thought that situation had been updated late last year.
Sorry, so potentially you might be referring to the memo that was made that we were discussing this morning.
Yes.
Which is only in relation to Wainuiomata Reservoir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
That's all right.
Okay. Okay, putting aside those facts as you understand them, the issue then is, can the panel rely on the normal consenting process, both subdivision and land use, to adequately and appropriately deal with this matter ahead of outside of any zoning considerations? So if the panel was of a mind to rezone the entirety of the land,
yes,
not just the northern part, but to zone the southern part to also medium density residential, what would be the process in terms of engineering design and feasibility associated presumably with the subdivision consent? Can you just,
yes,
I mean, a lot of people in the room will understand the process. I have a very basic understanding of it, but can you take us through how you would be involved and what the parameters would be in terms of responding to your claim that that process is sufficient to deal with this water supply issue?
Yes. I'll speak to that from my view as a civil engineer, and I believe Mr. Cooper will be able to add to that from a consenting perspective. So it'd be worth, I guess, asking the same question to Mr. Cooper after. But if the site was rezoned medium density residential, we would be required to put forward the resource consent. As part of that, part of our process would be to liaise with Wellington Water to understand in detail, as we did ahead of the 2024 submission, whether there's any constraints on the existing network, and that's for all three waters. If there are situations where there are constraints, then we'd need to understand what those are, and the process is just trying to find an engineering solution that both provides adequate water supply to the site that I guess the applicant and Wellington Water are happy with. Ideally, we do that ahead of a resource consent, but subject to that being done or not, the resource consent is made, and if to Hutt City Council, that would go off to Wellington Water, soon to be Te Aki Wai, for their independent assessment of whether the proposed water supply solution meets the Wellington Water standards. And at that point, they have an ability, they being Wellington Water, Te Aki Wai, would have an ability to approve or otherwise the proposed design solution. And we did, I think I alluded to it this morning, but for the Wainuiomata situation, to 1239 Wise Street, there was a situation where Wellington Water were suggesting to decline the consent because they didn't believe there was sufficient water supply, but that was overturned by Hutt City Council, is my understanding. So they do have that ability, and council then, makes the final decision, I guess. So that'd be the main hurdle. Then following that, once you've got a pathway or an approved resource consent, you then have another step to go through, being engineering approvals, where you're going through the finer details of that solution. And then you also have a final, two more steps. You have your building consents to go through in a separate pathway. And we also then have to make a final connection request to Wellington Water during construction, at which point in time they have another opportunity to suggest changes to the design and provide feedback on that process. So there's really kind of three firm hold points from a resource consenting perspective, where Wellington Water can provide their assessment and stop the process, I guess.
Yeah, and that'll be the same approach for Cambridge Road, Upper Fitzherbert and Shaftesbury, presumably.
That's correct. I'm not super familiar with Cambridge Terrace, but those other three sites I'm familiar with, and yes, that would be the same process.
Yes. Okay, I'll have some questions for Mr. Cooper about the consenting process, but from an engineering perspective, I think that's all I need to hear from you. Other than to what extent would it be important to hear from Wellington Water on this matter now before we make a zoning decision? Is there any utility in your view, and I should have asked this of Mr. Atkinson, but I didn't, in the three parties getting in the room together to discuss this matter and producing some statement that can be delivered to the panel to give us some guidance on this, rather than leaving that unspoken at the moment. Do you have any comment on that?
I believe that would be a belt and braces approach and would provide maybe the reassurance you're seeking. However, I don't think that is necessary given the process that we went through for Plan Change 58. That was, there was some correspondence with Wellington Water, but there was not a confirmed design solution. There were feasible engineering pathways presented, which included proposing a new reservoir on council reserve land. And that was, I guess, enough to satisfy the panel through that process.
Okay.
And I note that, sorry, just to add, that there is some, again, council reserve land next to the existing reservoir. So if there was a need to provide more supply, there is, I guess, a mirrored pathway from Plan Change 58 that I guess there's a pathway there to provide more supply if it did turn out, in fact, that Wellington Water said that there wasn't sufficient and they couldn't support the any resource consent application.
Sure, I'll leave it at that, but just so that you know, I've raised that possibility because we don't have anything concrete in front of us from Wellington Water at this point.
Understand. Yeah. Apologies, I mentioned that that was Mr. Aitchison. So Mr. Rose from the same company. Yep, I got that wrong.
Just winding back to the Wellington Water comments that you got in 2021, which were transferred to the now withdrawn consent in 2024. And to my question about what bit of land it was, will Wellington Water at that time put the question about water supply for medium density residential zone over the entire block of land, or was it just in relation to the areas where the 12 lots were proposed?
Was it 30 lots at that time, wasn't it? Yeah. So they were provided a scheme plan or an indicative layout at that time, which was 30 lots in 2021. The application ended up being 12 lots, but it was 30 lots within that southern portion, I guess the reasonably developable area on the southern portion of 320 Eastern and Hut Road, not the entire portion, as you say.
Because it's a big site. I see it's got slope hazard overlays on it, so there are obviously development constraints about what you can achieve on it. But we're trying to marry up from what you're telling us now, and if it was rezoned to medium density residential, it has a feasible development capacity. And some of that is based upon the other overlays, slope stability. You've got some servicing constraints and so forth. I don't know if there's any hazard overlays over it, but probably not. So we really want to make sure what you are telling us in terms of water supply, being based upon previous Wellington Water advice, also applies to a scenario where the land is developed to its maximum feasible development capacity under an MUZ zoning. So we've probably got some follow-up questions, which we'll probably need to formulate in relation to this.
Yeah.
Because the officers have come to the conclusion that the site deserves a split zoning, as you know, in between the existing developed part at the northern part and the undeveloped part at the south. So it is a critical issue for us, but we will need to get, probably through Mr. Aitchison, some further advice on this before we can take it forward.
Understand that.
Okay, all right. I've got no further questions. Over to you, Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I have prepared a brief summary, which I'll read, but I might just skip some sections. My name is Glenn Cooper. I'm a Director and Principal Planner at Cuttress Consultants Limited. I provided planning evidence on behalf of Silverstream Park Christian Centre. I do not intend to repeat my evidence in full. I will focus on the matters that remain an issue following Council's rebuttal evidence. Council's rebuttal evidence has materially narrowed the issues, and I do appreciate the effort that Ms. Pascal has put into considering the evidence that we filed. It has narrowed it down, I think, to a pinpoint, which is good. Reporting officer now accepts that the precinct should be extended. I won't go on about that any further, other than to note I support that change. Turning to paragraph 1.6, reporting officer accepts that Eastern Hut Road and Reynolds Batch Drive should be rezoned to medium density. Sorry, accepts that part of 320 should be rezoned to medium density. And broadly, that aligns with where the retreat activities currently are. To 1.7, I support this change. I consider it's a substantial improvement on the notified provisions. 1.8, the remaining issue is the extent of the medium density residential zoning. Silverstream Park Christian Centre continue to seek medium density zoning for the full area of the site, and Council's rebuttal position is for split zoning to retain part of it and large lot residential. In my opinion, the full relief remains the more appropriate option. I've noted that the site's not a conventional large lot residential area. It's an established and evolving mixed-use accommodation, residential, conference, event, youth, recreation and community facility. The retreat has an established higher intensity of use and does include existing residential dwellings, and I'll come back to that point. And as we've noted, the Trust is implementing a consented development plan for a youth centre and activity centre. In my view, the medium density residential zone better reflects this established and developing urban function than large lot residential. I accept that the site has constraints, including the single key issue and contention here of water supply. However, the evidence for Silverstream Park Christian Centre and my own evidence is that this is not a fundamental constraint at the plan making stage. Mr. Godwin's evidence is that there is a feasible servicing pathway, which he has explored with you. For completeness, I note that there appears to be no mention in Council's rebuttal evidence to Mr. Ross's evidence in relation to coexisting with the Silverstream landfill and potential reverse sensitivity issues. I take it from that this is no longer a key matter in contention that would impact any rezoning. I've considered the relief under section 32AA as set out in my evidence. In my opinion, the relief sought better recognises the established and consented use of the site, enables appropriate future accommodation and residential capacity, and aligns with the zoning and precinct framework with the actual and intended use of the land. I remain of that view. I support Council's rebuttal position insofar as it accepts the precinct extension and partial medium density residential zoning. However, I consider the panel respectfully should go further and accept the full relief sought for the requested residential area. I just wanted to pause for a moment and maybe touch on a couple of questions that Mr. Godwin received from the panel, and happy to take questions after that. Firstly, to the Chair's point around the extent of the Kingsley Street subdivision, attachment 1 of my evidence did include a scheme plan. Unfortunately, that scheme plan does not show the extent of the current retreat activities, which are largely contained to the northern half of the site. This is for the 12-lot development that was ultimately lodged. The 30-lot development, I haven't actually seen that and wasn't involved in that. So I'm not sure if that was over a similar extent. But just in response to, there is a scheme plan for the 12-lot development. Commissioner McMahon, you've raised the issue as well around, as has the Chair, around the extent of the rezoning that's been requested. There are obviously a number of overlays that apply to the site which would constrain development to a degree. The number of suitable building platforms, the top area of the site is the flattest, best area, if you like, and then it starts getting hillier and bushier down from there. There's slope overlays that cover a large portion of the site. The rules in the proposed plan would require geotechnical investigations to work out if those areas are suitable for development. But I guess from my perspective, it would be fanciful to say that we expect the 20-odd hectares of land that we're talking about on the southern portion of the site to be filled with medium-density housing, given the constraints and the lack of flat land. But there may well be upwards of 12 or upwards of 30 houses. That number hasn't been quantified. On another point, Commissioner McMahon, you will probably have some questions for me around some of the planning standards and rules, and I don't want to preempt those questions, but what I would say is the site as it is, if it was rezoned to medium density, from day one would require resource consent for any new dwellings. There are already 9 dwellings on the site, and if it was zoned medium density, the permitted number of dwellings would be 3. Those existing dwellings have existing use rights, that's fine, but any new dwellings, or any subdivision for that matter, would from day one require resource consent. So no permitted activity rules would apply in that respect of those residential units, and there are sufficient standards both within the medium density chapter and the subdivisions chapter, which require water supply as a matter of discretion, and council would have the ability to decline resource consent or impose conditions if it felt that necessary, which does provide a degree of relief in that the zoning on one hand is enabling, but on the other hand there are still a number of hurdles to jump through. And I think Mr Godwin has touched on it. There are a number of bites at the cherry that could kill off potential development if it was too intense, or water supply issues could not be resolved. Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Yeah, well, I'll start off. Yeah, and thank you for reminding me that you did include that in your evidence, the plan which shows the 12 lots, which is only a fraction of the site. And when you look at the purpose of the large lot residential zone versus the purpose of the medium density zone, or the MUZ, they're quite different in terms of the characteristics of the land, with the MUZ being more easily capable of residential development, and with the large lot residential, including some of those properties that we've talked about this morning, having a number of site constraints, largely to do with slope or potential gullies. And on this particular site, I also noticed that you've got high voltage electricity lines which cross the southern part of the site. So I'll put this as a straw man to you, that doesn't the southern part of the site more lend itself to being in accordance with the objective of the large lot residential zone as opposed to the medium density or the MUZ zone? What's your view?
An interesting question, Chair. I think the answer to that is there are plenty of other sites around Lower Hutt which have a number of overlays and are still zoned medium density to navigate. The main constraint on this site would be the slope overlay, which is resolvable with geotechnical advice. The transmission lines obviously would need to be avoided, but there is a pathway for that. So I'm probably more of the view that if this was large lot residential, there would be additional hurdles that a future development would have to overcome, and specifically those relate to amenity and density controls that large lot residential would put over that land. It does seek a lower density, and I think in this instance, if you were to develop the site, you would be clustering development in areas and with smaller lots that would be in conflict with those large lot residential provisions. So on that basis, I think it would be a much harder consenting framework under large lot residential. And to give you an example of that, the resource consent application that was withdrawn in 2024 faced hurdles of having to provide lot sizes and lower density, as well as a landscape impact assessment, which those types of issues are not issues, from my understanding of Ms. Pascal's rebuttal evidence, of issues that are at play here. The issues at play here are purely servicing issues. So I think that large lot residential is going to kick up a whole bunch of ancillary issues and place unnecessary planning constraint when the single issue at play is a water supply issue, a very targeted issue, and I'm not sure large lot residential is appropriate to try and curb that issue.
I think you're perhaps confining it too narrowly, saying that the water supply issue is the only issue in play here. It's about whether the land is appropriate for a more permissive zoning than what the PDP has notified it as. That is the issue, rather than purely whether the site can be serviced.
I accept that point. I guess my comments, Chair, were just in relation to where things have filtered down through the evidence exchange.
But the recommendation of the reporting officers is still that there is a split zoning.
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'll hand it across to my colleagues.
Thanks, Mr. Cooper. You've actually answered a lot of my questions with your verbal response at the end of your written presentation. Thank you for that. The matter of water supply, is that listed as a matter of discretion for restricted discretionary activity for subdivision and more than 4 lots in the MDRZ?
It is. The standards that would apply is MRZ Standard 1.
Yes.
And Subdivision Standard 4. Those standards both talk about 3 waters servicing in general, but water supply is specifically mentioned.
Yes.
And with relevance to the Wellington Regional Water Standard. There's also a policy in the subdivision chapter, policy sub P7, which provides some additional guidance.
Okay. So what you're saying, what you said at the beginning is that from day one, the entry level wouldn't be permitted activity. It would be, at the very least, restricted discretionary activity.
That's correct.
On the, well, my last question is on the issue of trying to resolve this matter in terms of the matter that Ms. Pascal has said has prevented her recommending MDZ over the entirety of the site. Do you see any utility in having some conferencing involving Wellington Water?
I think the panel is in a difficult position because there has been evidence presented which doesn't actually have any factual information on the water supply, any water supply analysis. I think it would be beneficial to understand whether there is actually a water supply issue or not. But assuming there is, there has been quite a bit of optioneering put forward, and I think listening yesterday to the exchanges from the panel, some further optioneering, including possibly deferred rezoning, which would not be my preference. But I think the panel are in a position where they're going to have to make a call based on imperfect information unless they can get it. So I would support the engineers sitting down and having that discussion. I'm not sure there's probably much value in the planners being part of that discussion, but I think there would be some value, yes.
Okay. And just finally, you touched on it and reminded me, I did raise that yesterday, the issue of deferred zoning. What's the official position on that?
Oh, sorry, I missed that.
On deferred zoning, what's the official position of yourself and the client on that?
On the deferred zoning?
Yes.
Well, I think my view on that is, to pull it back to section 32, AA, I mean, the panel, based on the information it has, or if it can get further information from the engineers, it still needs to make a call. On the costs and benefits, and I guess, I think I've stated it in my evidence, probably draw your attention to paragraph 5.6 onwards, where my evidence is that the costs are manageable through the existing district plan provisions. I think the risk of acting is acceptable based on the engineering evidence that I've heard from both council and Mr. Godwin, and that the risk of not acting is greater to unnecessarily constrain this land. I think in terms of deferred rezoning, I just don't think it's necessary. I think there are enough controls in the district plan to manage it and for it to be assessed at the resource consent level.
Thank you, that was all from me.
Yeah, I have no further questions. We as a panel will have a discussion upon the conclusion of the formal part of the hearing. And I'm thinking about the utility of directing engineering conferencing. To me, it's two matters. It's obviously, can the site be serviced, and can the site be serviced in a reasonable time? And then what parts of the site? So that's one thing. But then I also draw you back to my original question, which was, what is the purpose of the medium density residential zone and the large lot residential zone, and the differences between the two, and what is best fit for this particular site? So we'll leave it there for now, but I expect in our follow-up minute, there will be something else for you and your clients. Okay,
Thank you.
Are you saying staying in situ, Mr. Cooper, for DMAC Friday Homes?
Mr. Chair, my colleague Nicole Heron will handle this one.
Just, we have, thank you, Ms. Heron. What we're actually struggling to do is to find your original submission. There is no formal evidence, am I correct?
No,
that we have missed?
formal evidence.
Thank you. All right. Proceed. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou, Chair and Commissioners. My name's Nicole Heron. I'm a Senior Planner at Cuttress Consultants.
Can you just speak up a little, please, or bring the microphone slightly closer?
Cuttress prepared the submission on behalf of DMAC Homes Limited, trading as Friday Homes, in relation to 30 Penkara Crescent, Wainuiomata. I don't intend to repeat the submission in full, and my purpose is to confirm that the relief sought by Friday Homes is now generally supported by Council's reporting officer. The submission seeks to retain the proposed medium-density residential zone for the property at 30 Penkara Crescent. The site is located in an urban context and joins other land zoned medium-density residential. The proposed zoning therefore represents a logical extension of the surrounding residential zoning pattern. The site is largely vacant and available for residential development, and it does not exhibit characteristics that would warrant a large lot residential zoning. and in particular, it's not characterised by steep topography, significant vegetation, or significant natural or landscape amenity values, nor is it identified as being subject to significant risk from natural hazards. A resource consent application has been lodged with Hutt City Council for the residential development of the site under RM 240220. And to update the panel, this is in processing following a further information response, and resource consent has been approved by Greater Wellington Regional Council. I rely on that current resource consent application as practical evidence that the site is available for residential development and that the servicing, access and development constraints are able to be addressed through the consenting process, and it demonstrates that rezoning is not theoretical. Friday Homes has already taken steps to develop the land for residential purposes. The Section 42A report recommendation, accepting the relief sought by Friday Homes and rejecting the further submissions by adjacent neighbours, supports the conclusion that medium density residential zoning is the most appropriate. And I understand from the rebuttal evidence filed that this does not change, and the rebuttal mapping supports this by recording the medium density residential zoning. I respectfully ask the panel to confirm the medium density residential zoning for 30 Pencara Crescent, consistent with the Section 42A recommendation and Council's rebuttal evidence. Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
First question is, what's holding up the resource consent?
There was it went on hold following lodgement. Council required that the Greater Wellington consent was lodged before commencing processing, and then the requests for further information were around geotechnical, natural hazards, and transport matters such as locations of vehicle crossings and so forth, and as well as council seeking some further information around the adjoining properties.
And how many lots were proposed?
22.
22. Because it's quite a big site. I'm just
Yes.
having a look at the district plan map with, or the PDP map with all the overlays on it. So you've got a couple of probably overland flow paths that go through the middle of the site, or one on the edge and one through the middle. You've got a little bit of slope stability, and then you've also got quite a lot of flood hazard as well, or ponding hazard anyway. Okay. Look, I don't have any questions for you, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
Right, thank you for that.
Lovely.
Much
Thanks.
appreciated. Ms. Skelton, welcome again.
I'm back. Thank you.
Before we start with your summary, you produced 32 pages of evidence, which is significant. And normally for something of that length, and considering the breadth of issues that you've covered, it would have been helpful for Ms. Pascal to have had it, to be able to fully respond to it prior to the hearing. She's now left in the position of not being able to do that and needing to respond to it in her right of reply. If for future hearing streams, and particularly on transport, I know you come from a transport planning background, I think you should try to meet the timeframes for an expert evidence, so it can be considered by the officers.
I actually thought I didn't meet the timeframes required, so I apologise if I didn't.
No, that's right, because
But I acknowledge I've made some changes to my initial submission because I've done more research into the more detail of the legislation that I wasn't aware of for some of the issues.
No, that's fine. I wasn't being overtly critical. It's just, it's a big piece of work, and you covered a lot of things which other submitters haven't in your evidence, and you know, and I've made it clear that, you know, I know your background and your capabilities, but you explicitly say in your evidence that you're presenting as a private individual.
Yes.
You're not doing it as an expert. But I think in terms of the breadth of things that you've covered, if you could get your evidence you want to present in at the same time as the other expert evidence is due? I think that would help the officers.
Oh, absolutely. And
Okay.
like I said, I actually thought I had met those timeframes, so I do apologise if I
Okay,
didn't.
well, we
Yep.
will just check that, but
Yep, yep,
that's
yep.
just a general point.
Yep,
So,
no,
thank
absolutely.
you for
I
that.
totally accept that. And I am very much doing this as a private individual, but I'm also very passionate about the community that I live in and other communities around the country. So that's why, and I feel that as a transport planner, particularly the transport issues I raise, I feel it's my professional duty to raise these where I have concerns in the district plan. So as I mentioned before, when I originally prepared my submission, I knew that a lot of the standards were based on the government requirements. However, I did not fully know the details within the Enabling Housing Supply Amendment Act, and that's why I have changed some of my recommendations in accordance with that. And I have made myself more familiar with this, and my evidence reflects that there are some of these changes. As shown in my submission, I consider that the effects of the legislation requirements are significantly adverse for the adjoining properties, particularly on the southern side, to do with sunlight, and that's why I've tweaked some of those things to try and make it as good as possible for the existing residents of Lower Hutt. I would like the commissioners to reduce the area covered by high-density residential zone in accordance with reasonable walking distance, as stated in the National Policy Statement for Urban Design. I know that the legislation does not provide any walking distances, but in my role as a transport planner, I've provided some indications of what's reasonable and how far people walk, noting that these walking distances are for specific trip purpose, such as shopping, and not recreational, because people do walk a lot further to walk their dog than they do to walk to buy a cup of coffee, go to the supermarket, these sorts of things. I consider that the use of high-density residential zones should be limited, therefore, to 500 metres from the city centre and metropolitan centre zones and 300 metres from a railway station. I also consider that high-density residential zones should not be in the natural hazard overlay areas, and we'll probably discuss that more for that particular hearing. So when I went through the legislation, I discovered that the district plans include 2 specific residential objectives and 5 specific policies. These cannot be altered, but others can. I noticed that not all of those legislative requirements are actually in the plan, and I've made comments on that in my Appendix B and C. I also recommend that Policy 14 is moved to the zone introduction, as I consider this to be an advisory note, not an actual policy. In my evidence, I've provided Appendix B and C, and these reflect my updated recommendations and reasons. But the main reason why I'm here today is actually to do with permeable surfaces. And legislation does not include specific standards on permeable surfaces, and so if the requirement is not met, an activity can be considered non-complying rather than a restricted discretionary, which is what most of the other changes are. As you will see in my submission evidence, planning officers frequently approve consents with less than 30% permeable surface and include a condition that a drain is required for large surface areas such as driveways. You'll see in my evidence that in my experience these drains are too small. I've included in Appendix D a whole series of photos that I took within a very short walking distance of home, and as you can see most of them are blocked. They get blocked with debris, and water in the curb and channel is often higher than the actual outflow, so it actually doesn't do anything. And you'll see there's a photo in my evidence that I did that of my neighbour's property. I've also been told by a Wellington water engineer that existing stormwater pipes in older suburbs, such as Petone where I live, are not capable of carrying more water anyway, so even if the drains were working functionally, they wouldn't actually have any effect on because the water runs into curb and channel, which is actually already over capacity in many areas. I want to remind the commissioners that much of the urban damage with Cyclone Gabrielle was due to the high level of impermeable surfaces, buildings, roads, driveways, cobblestone landscaping, etc. I also want to remind commissioners that many of our stormwater designs are based on lower rainfall events than what we're seeing today. As I mentioned, Wellington Water has a requirement for new developments to be water neutral, i.e. that no additional water will have runoff during a major weather event. After I submitted my information on I noticed that on the 12th of June, the Post had an article with the headline, 1 in 100-year flooding now happens twice a year. And I want the commissioners to consider the Three Waters objective regarding the managing of stormwater runoff. And I strongly say, even if my other recommendations are not made, please ensure that there is adequate protection against heavy rainfall events. These events are occurring more frequently and we must be prepared. And as my parting thought, I ask commissioners, if my neighbour's property floods, they've got little drains, in a heavy rainfall event due to the blocked drains, and the surface water runs off into my property, who pays for any damage? Does my neighbour's insurance or does council? Because they actually approved it with these drains that I don't think are adequate. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I don't think there's a straightforward answer to your last question you posed. And also, current situation is that there's often for particularly substantial residential developments or any sorts of developments that there is Greater Wellington requirements out of the Natural Resources Plan which need to be taken into account, as well as the district plan provisions that apply to impermeable surfaces. And that is also subject to another hearing stream. Three Waters is hearing stream 6, I think. So yes, thank you for that. I don't have any additional questions. Perhaps with my colleagues.
Thank you. I'm not sure if you were able to listen in yesterday.
No, I didn't, sorry.
Yeah. So I know in your original evidence, you talked a lot about sunlight.
Yes.
And neighbouring developments reducing sunlight on adjacent. And we also had the urban designer here who spoke to that as well. And she talked about there's a new guide or tool that's available to calculate buildings on an adjacent site and the effect of sunlight, on the adjacent. So you're probably not aware of it, so it's a new tool, and I just wanted to make you aware of that. We also asked the reporting officer to have a further look at that in terms of when a building has breached a side boundary, whether sunlight can be a matter of discretion at looking at the effects of that on the adjacent property. So I just wanted to let you know that we've had some discussion about your evidence, and it's followed through to some further thought on those matters. So just looking through my notes from your original submission, I don't think I have anything further. Thank you.
Thank you. I wasn't aware of that tool, so thank you. And just because I'm a bit anally retentive, I've been doing all sorts of surveys based on my fence height and where the shadow is at different times of the year, which was actually in my original submission. I've also been told, which I put in my evidence, that the actual sunlight planes are based in Auckland and, of course, in Wellington, and the further south we go. So I actually do feel sorry for dare I say, people in Christchurch and Dunedin, because I know a lot of it is set by the legislation.
And I think this new tool takes all that into consideration.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, so that, yeah.
I did that little diagram that sort of showed that blue line is the low angle, and so anything in that pink area that actually breaches the plane doesn't actually affect the southern property.
Yeah.
Because obviously all these effects on the southern property, not the northern property. So
Sure.
that's why, if you breach that area, I'm less worried about that, but the other area obviously starts to have an impact.
Yeah, no, I understand. Thank you.
Ms. Gilton, good afternoon. No questions from me, just for your reference, if you wanted to find that tool, it's the Urban Design Institute of Association of New Zealand, and it's a practice note that's that they've published recently.
Thank you.
Julian? Okay, well, thank you, Ms. Skilton. And we'll see you again in later hearing streams. Next submitter, John Havler and Ms Williams. Welcome. I'll just get your evidence, Ms Williams. Thank you. You've seen the format. We have your evidence. We've read that, and we may have some questions, but if you want some introductory comments or remarks, feel free.
Thank you. I'll keep it short, recognising that there's no disagreement between myself and Ms Pascal, so it'll be a fairly streamlined one. But just by way of introduction, so I've got Mr Kevin Collins here rather than Mr Havler. Mr Havler intended to make it today but was unable to, unfortunately. But he's been working alongside Mr Collins for many years in terms of his wider development of the site, so he asked Mr Collins to attend in his absence. So that's the purpose of him sitting beside me here. But by way of introduction, so I'm Karen Williams, planner from Urban Edge Planning. Urban Edge Planning prepared the submission for Mr Havler. I wasn't involved in the submission at that stage. In summary, I support the partial rezoning of the site from large lot residential to medium density residential. As I mentioned earlier, there's no point of contention between my evidence and Ms Pascal's evidence, so general alignment there. And I guess to that point, it's somewhat unusual, I guess, that I'm even in front of the panel today in that regard. A bit of context to that, Mr Havler has this is his third attempt to get the site rezoned for this outcome, and so it was important that he played his role and was involved in the process up and right to this point. So appreciate it's somewhat unusual, but that's the intent and reasoning behind that. In my opinion, the rezoning represents a balanced and site-responsive outcome, which enables development in the more suitable and accessible parts of the site, while retaining the lower density zoning over the more constrained areas. The land that's proposed to be medium density already functions as part of the existing urban edge with the existing established residential use. There's already a couple of units on the site and has strong connections to the surrounding neighbourhoods, transport and services. In my view, any site constraints can be appropriately managed at the development stage through the district plan framework, and in my opinion, that they don't impede any rezoning of the site. So that's just reference to the natural hazard slope overlay in particular. And also, we've seen some preliminary comments from Wellington Water just around some basic on-site mitigation requirements for wastewater, I believe, which is a fairly common requirement. In my view, the proposal is well aligned with the NPSUD as it contributes to a well-functioning urban environment and provides additional development capacity in a highly accessible and well-serviced location. In my view, the proposal is proportionate, appropriate, and is supported by the statutory framework, and I support the recommended rezoning in Ms Pascal's 42A report. I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you. I've only got one question. Was this the third time that your client has tried to get it rezoned, and what happened with the other two times?
It's a curious point. So the first, by way of context, was in relation to Plan Change 56, the IPI council rule. It was zoned hill residential under the operative plan, and council received advice that it was out of scope for any of those properties to be upzoned to medium density. I perhaps hold a different view around that, but that was the advice received at the time, as I understand.
And it wasn't a relevant residential zone, I think, was the test, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah. The second time was during the draft district plan engagement and consultation. Mr Havler prepared a submission with some quite considerable content in there, seeking a in recognition of its proximity to the train station, the Wingate train station. I think he sought a high high-density residential zone for the lower portion, because it's within the 800-metre distance to the train station. And I think he perhaps in that submission, apologies, I wasn't involved in it, but may have even offered an alternative scenario of medium density as well. And because the lot is over 5 hectares, the underlying lot, council seemed to have a view that large lots of that scale weren't appropriate for that level of zoning. So as I understand it, that's the background there.
Okay, that's useful. We're going to do some site visits probably Thursday. How easy is it to see the property from the street?
Yeah, Corfai Street in particular, very easy. It's right there. It is up a right of way from the Cambridge Terrace frontage. So there's about 9 residential properties. Also.
We've got 12 houses.
12, yeah.
And we've got 2 more consented as well.
Yeah. Okay. So you could drive up that access, but the best viewing opportunity would be from the Corfai Street frontage, I'd say.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? All right, well, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Right, the next submitter we have is Dwayne Piramona and Alison Piramona. You, Alison? Then.
Dwayne hasn't come. He's left it to me to flounder around here on my own.
Fair enough.
And I'm feeling very inadequate sitting here with all these professional people. But anyway, I'm going to say my little piece. Yeah. I couldn't make the informal pre-hearing meetings that you guys had. So unfortunately, you might have to interrupt me and give me a bit of guidance if what I say is totally irrelevant.
We're very relaxed, okay? So even though it might look formal, I've got a tie on and don't normally wear them and that sort of thing, we don't bite.
Thank you. Okay. I assume you've looked at the submission, you've looked like you've read everybody else's thing, so I'll read out what I've got because it's probably the best way for me to not feel very nervous. As a short introduction, my name's Alison Piramona. I did work actually for the planning department way back in the 1980s, and I was also, I worked for Quotable Valley for 22 years doing rate and valuations, so it's just a little bit of a background to me. My husband Dwayne and I are trustees of the Piramona Family Trust, which owns the property at 43 Crowther Road at the northern end of Moores Valley in Wainuiomata. We've lived on the property for 35 years. And during this time, we've had various informal discussions with various council officers over the property's zoning. At times, different planning officers have agreed with us that the area on the western side of Crowther Road is a bit of an anomaly, given the size of the sites are a lot smaller than the 15 hectares, the general residential rural zone. And we're pretty much surrounded by land that is zoned residential, or the new, God, I'm getting all tongue-tied here, the new rural lifestyle zones. We were told that if we wanted to dispute the zoning, we should make a submission to the district plan, and we missed a few of those over the years, but we thought this time, well, we'll give it a go and see. Our reasons really is that our site is particularly small. It's 3.3 hectares, and as I've said before, all the sites on the opposite side of the road have the same sort of characteristics as our land, really. We don't see that there's any great opportunity, I guess, for the activities that lend themselves more to general rural activities. If my interpretation of the rebuttal evidence is correct, I understand that the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land sets out that a regional council is to identify and map the highly productive land, and if this is not being done, and I don't think it has been in our case, then the interim provision means that land that is zoned general rural, that has been mapped as Land Use Capability Class 3, as mapped by the New Zealand Land Resource Inventory, is to be considered highly productive land, and as such, council may not rezone such land to an urban or rural lifestyle zone. council officers have determined, in view of this, that our submission and that of our neighbours, John and Claudia Riley, cannot be supported. Surely this is not the intention of the National Policy Statement. I really agree that highly productive farmland should remain as such, and the district plans of all New Zealand's councils should be protecting and indeed prioritising the protection of such land. Places like Pukekohe, for instance, where productive farmland's being split up and sold off to developers, and its primary production capability is lost forever. However, I don't believe this is the case here. There is no commercial primary production on our property or any of the properties along that western side of Crowther Road, and the properties do not contain soils that are any different to the surrounding lifestyle blocks on the eastern side of Crowther Road or throughout Moores Valley Road in general, all of which are zoned rural lifestyle. I believe the committee should be able to exercise common sense when it comes to the objectives of the National Policy Statement and make changes to the district plan that keeps properties with similar characteristics in the same area under the same zoning, especially when there seems to be no evidence that the land use or soil type is any different. Given that the provisionals in the general rural zone relating to highly productive land have been withdrawn from the plan change, I don't really understand why the officers seem to be giving the provisions so much weight. It is my understanding that the National Policy Statement provisions also require councils to move the factor of land size as a consideration when a rezoning is being assessed. And I take a bit of issue with that because I really believe that sites should be assessed on their own individual merits. Of all the sites along the western side of Crowther Road, ours probably has the most usable land, or flat land. And I have got some photos here, but I don't know how I show those through. As far as I'm aware, no soil tests have been done to confirm the land use capability Class 3 overlay applied to the site, and that classification has just been applied without any investigation, which I believe is wrong and also unfair. In my final point, it appears from the rebuttal evidence that council officers are supporting the zoning of rural lifestyle on the large block of land at the northern end of Moores Valley. If anything should be considered to have the potential to be highly productive land in Moores Valley, this land should be. It was once a fully operational grazing farm, Calmbrook, and when I was a child produced sheep and beef commercially. It makes no sense to me that officers would support this zoning on a large block of land that could be commercially productive, yet refuse to support the rezoning of ours, which is almost certainly never going to be. My original reason for making the submission was that we felt for years the zoning was incorrect and still believe that's the case. We don't wish to subdivide our land, although I must admit several years ago we did think it might be nice to do so we could help one of our youngest sons get on the property ladder. He has since purchased land further down Moores Valley, ironically subdivided off a larger block in the residential zone, lifestyle zone. So we've got no financial or family reason to want the zoning changed anymore, only the fact that I believe the current zoning is wrong and the district plan review provides one of the only opportunities for it to be reconsidered. Thank you.
Thank you for this. So how much land have you got?
We've only got 3.3 hectares.
Okay, and it's pretty steep at the back? And
Not
flat
on
is
our
out-
block. We
flat
kind
is
of
out
go
at
up
the
in the
front?
gully, but it's steep along the rest of the Crowther Road, yes.
And the zoning on the other side of the road is large lot residential?
No, it's rural lifestyle.
Rural lifestyle, sorry, rural lifestyle.
Yeah.
And
Pretty much all of Moores Valley is rural lifestyle.
Yeah, but yours is quite a small site and it still remains general rural. Okay. Have you had some discussions with you mentioned one of your neighbours.
Yep.
What about the others who have those
The others
longer, thinner properties? Which is
so the neighbour immediately north of me, the Rileys, they put in a submission too, but didn't want to speak to it. The other neighbours, a couple of them have said they would be interested in seeing how I get on. There's been no one who said they don't want their land rezoned, but a couple of those properties have changed hands and I have been unable to contact the new owners, so I don't know. Number 108 at the end of Crowther Road, pretty much at the end of the road. So I don't know where they're sitting. My submission really was for our property, but I noticed that in the bit that's come back, they're looking at all of those properties along the side because I assume they're all in the same boat, they're all rural.
Yeah, I'm just looking at just getting the right document in front of me. So the reasoning that Mr. Bellamy recommended rejecting your submission is permanent or long-term constraints on the land that mean land-based primary production will not be economically viable. That's for it to be a rural lifestyle zone. The rezoning avoids significant loss or fragmentation of highly productive land, and the benefits of the enabled land uses would outweigh the costs of the loss of highly productive land. Now, we're not dealing with highly productive land here, but did you have any comment on those other matters?
No, not really.
Okay.
I mean, we've not done any formal investigation to say that there would be a loss of potential production or yeah, is that what you're asking? Sorry.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. I guess to me, it just seems a little bit crazy that we've got a small site that's very similar to all the sites around it in the area. And I believe probably historically, that land back in the 70s was split off of Carnbrook Farm, which was a big rural farming property. So whether that's the underlying zoning of that just got missed somewhere way back when things were changed, I don't know. But we've got the steep hill behind us, which is part of that property that's at the northern end of Moores Valley, that's also zoned as lifestyle zone in the native bush. If you sort of, I don't know if you can see the planning. It's kind of like we're surrounded by it.
Ms. Pirimona, are you reading from notes that you've already provided, or can you give us a copy? Oh, yeah.
I can give you a copy.
Two,
Yeah, it's basically just straight off the district plan maps. And yeah, I've just sort of highlighted that's our little bit there, and that's the main Moores Valley, and that's over the back of Brookfield Scout Camp, and this is also zoned the land behind us, which is native bush, steep native bush.
Yeah.
And that's zoned lifestyle.
Mr. Bellamy handed us out this plan here, which has a map of all the highly productive land, category 3. It's a little bit difficult to tell, but can perhaps Mr. Bellamy confirm whether or not this land is within the highly productive land that we're talking about? It's quite difficult to tell from this scale. So it is in the green there. Okay.
Yeah, I can't
So it is.
relate that to. Yes, this is us here. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right.
So what is it that makes, is this just from the, who decides that that's the highly productive land overlay? Has that been mapped by?
That was mapped by the government last century.
Okay,
And,
cool.
and it was done by the DSIR and the Ministry of Works and Development through a mixture of desktop and field studies. It's referenced in the NPS HPL, and until the regional council does a remapping and re-investigation of the LU 1, 2 and 3 classifications, they are something that we cannot change.
Right.
And they were supposed to do that in September last year, but the plan stop legislation that came into force put a hold on that. So that's still yet to occur. And there's been some recent case law in the last 2 years that says that decision-making panels such as ours don't have the authority to revisit those classifications on the hoof, and instead, where rezonings are concerned, the assessment has to satisfy clause 3.10 in the NPS. Another, the matters that the chair just read out to you about, and then are quoted in Mr.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, yeah, it's a very powerful piece of policy, national policy direction. That,
So basically, you don't have the authority to go against it, even if you agree with me.
well, unless there was evidence in front of us to show that those 4 or 5 criteria listed in 310 are based in other jurisdictions. That's usually involved an agricultural economist or scientist to deal with each of those matters.
Right.
Yeah. I know that's not what you wanted to hear.
No, that's
but I
all
thought
right. But thank you for the opportunity anyway. I sort of understand a little bit more now.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit more to this, and we will talk about this as a panel and put some questions of clarification to the officers. But what my colleague is saying is right. It's high, it is very constrained. What we can't do is deal with any submissions that says my piece of land is not highly productive. That's been removed from our scope of decision making. Yeah, as my colleague said, it's a pretty powerful document in terms of the highly productive land. So, yeah. No other questions?
No.
Okay, well, thanks very much
I'm
for
free to
coming
run
in.
away. It's good.
Okay, well done.
Thank you.
All right. How are we going for time? 2:30? Look at that.
Doing great.
He said he's on his way, so I'm assuming he's somewhere in the building, hopefully.
Good afternoon, Mr McMillan.
Good afternoon.
So we've read your submission.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
We've read your submission.
Yes.
That was received originally.
Yes.
You've got no further written material for us, just the nature of your submission?
Well, really what I want is for the whole property to be zoned rural lifestyle. That's what I'd like, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think it's entitled to be that way.
Okay. Floor's yours. So is that your entire statement?
Yeah, well, I've got a thing here which I was given, which I said I should read to you. Yeah, I've read the council officer's recommendation to rezone the northern portion of the site to rural residential zone, which is rural lifestyle. I support this recommendation, and that's that. The only thing I'd like to do is just give you a brief history of the Liverton Road area, if you're interested. Yeah.
Yes, that'd be helpful.
Yeah. So, do I start?
Absolutely.
Right.
Floor's yours.
Okay. Well, our family on my mother's side came to New Zealand in 1842 on the bark Clifford, and they landed at Petone, and from there they bought lots of property around the Wellington region. And in 1870, somebody lit a fire over the Powatahanui, and it burnt all the bush, everything from Powatahanui right over, and only a few small pockets remained down by me, not much, and a couple of pockets further along. So anyway, I've lived here in Belmont most of my life. When I was 4, we moved from Normandale, born in the hut here, and we moved to Liverton Road. And from there, I was there until about 9, and then we went to Marsden Street because my father was the chief pumping engineer for the Lower Hutt City Council, and we lived in a council house for a few years. And then when I was about 10, we went back up to Liverton Road to a brand new house that Dad built. And I was there till I was 21. Then I got married and I lived in Mungaraki for a wee while. And then I bought that block in 1977. Now, when I bought it, I actually agreed to buy it in 1976, but it didn't go through. But I thought I owned it, so I started planting trees. And in the first year, 76, I planted 500 plants, native plants, which I bought from the Inlet Nursery over in Powatahanui. And I'm still dealing with that person that owned that nursery, so I'm still buying plants from him. And that year, 500 plants I put in. And then when I actually got the place in 77, we moved there in November 77, and the place was infested with rats, possums, cats. It just infested an old man's bed. And I set about rectifying this situation over a long period of time, and I'm still doing it, still keep everything right. And the thing is that the regional council came in about 15 years ago because I was getting 200 possums a year, and I was reaching the stage where I was getting fed up with that. Well, they came in and helped me, and they took 1,000 possums out of the quarry area in one day, 2 truckloads of dead possums, and there's been no possums on the property and no rats for 15 years. Well, the bird life's just gone over the roof. And we've got like nearly a dozen bellbirds, tuis galore, probably 20 odd, a pair of falcons, which year before last nested 30 metres from the house. And they're not afraid of us, and they catch birds that, that just happen to be there. And it's quite a spectacle when you're looking out the window drinking your coffee and one of the falcons takes a bird right outside the window. It's quite a spectacular thing to see. And so anyway, I'm still planting this year I'll do 500 trees roughly, various types, mostly native. The gardens and the property's just beautiful now, and it's I keep everything at bay, even the mice. I've got the mice under control, and there's no rats, no possums, and the bird life is just absolutely fantastic. Lizards, everything, So I have transformed the place, and I would like to have it as a rural lifestyle. That's what I'd like the property to have. And then if I want to build a house or, whatever, somebody buys it off me, they can do what they want with it, you know, as long as it's inside the council rules. So that's what I'm asking, that's what I want.
Thank you. I see currently, according to the proposed district plan, the majority of the site is zoned rural lifestyle, and then there's a small triangular bit at the top.
Yeah, I believe so, yeah. And
Yeah,
I'd like to keep it that way.
Yeah, which has been recommended to also be rezoned from large lot residential to rural lifestyle.
Yep.
So you're happy with that outcome?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I don't have any further questions, my colleagues.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you, and yeah, well done on the pest eradication.
Yeah.
You presumably a lot of it's steep.
Sorry,
a lot of your land is steep.
No.
No.
No. 50% of it's dead flat.
Ah.
It's one of the few flat areas along the hills because of the way it's got an area of clay, underlying clay,
Yeah.
which has prevented it from being eroded because I've got a very steep creek on one side, and you're correct, I've got a 30-metre waterfall, which, you know, I'll bring in another area some other time, but, you know, the place is stunningly beautiful. Yeah, it's brought up, people that come up just can't believe it. It's, yeah.
Well done to you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for your time.
Yeah,
Thanks
well,
for
I just
coming
want to
along.
say that I'm 80 in January, so, you know, and I still keep the whole place myself, everything.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, you know, it's quite a mission, but I really enjoy it. So that's all agreed?
Well,
Yeah.
thank you, yes.
All right then, thank you very much.
Okay.
All right.
One. Next submitter, Wainuiomata Rural Community Association. Mr. Innes, I presume? Not the former All Black Craig Innes then? You're another Craig Innes? We have your submission and we have read your submission, and I see you've given us a reasonable amount of additional material here, so you're going to talk your way through that for us?
Yes. Kia ora koutou. So I'm Craig Innes. I'm the chair of the Wainuiomata Rural Community Association. And we welcome the opportunity to submit on this district plan. So first of all, we strongly object to the fact that the Section 42A report does not appear to fully identify every submitter to each relevant point. So I only discovered this quite recently. I just went to read it and found that quite a number of our points aren't on there. And then I checked some local residents and found that their points were not on the summary as well, on the section 42A, and I think there's a problem with the summaries as well.
So, sorry, we just might get to the bottom of that. The submission points which haven't been covered by the Section 42A report are in relation to what topics?
The numerous topics.
Okay, a highly productive land?
So some of them will be relevant to later streams, that's true, yes. But I'm talking about to this stream.
Yeah, well, we can't deal with highly productive land because that's been part of the plan stop process.
But the Section 42A report absolutely identifies highly productive land as a factor in the zoning of land, so it's absolutely relevant.
Okay, all right, well, I'll let you proceed.
Okay. All right, so one example of that is we note that our support of Ken Jackson's submission on general rural zone land, and we agree that the minimum parcel size should be reduced to 7 hectares from 15. And we note that our point has not been listed, and we believe that there may have been other submitters who also identified this, and their submissions were not identified with that point. All right, so the association continues its objection to the zoning of large parcels at the end of Moores Valley Road to the rural residential. I see now it should be rural lifestyle. And we also note that the submissions of the Crowther Road residents, quite a number of whom are members, is relevant to this issue. So on map 1, I identify a number of parcels at the end of Moores Valley, which also extends over into Wainuiomata North, so it's along a shared ridge. So we continue our objection to the highly productive land overlay, and we note that the Section 42A report relies on it relies on that issue to deny the Crowther Road residents the ability to deny the rezoning of the Crowther Road residents, which is the residents on the western side of the Crowther Road. So we also draw your attention to the fact that the highly productive land overlay has been removed from the council's GIS layer. So people who are trying to address the issue of their land being zoned general rural or rural lifestyle can't actually access that to see what it is the Section 42A report is referring to. We are concerned about the limitations of the land use capability data, which is the LUC data. It is very old data. It dates from the 1970s. It's actually a conversion from an analogue. It's a conversion from a paper map. And it is absolutely entirely inappropriate for the relatively small sections of Crowther Road. And if you know these maps, you will know that the line thickness on those analogue maps is actually a significant part of some of those parcels. Those parcels look like tiny little things on the, if you put a cadastral overlay over the land use capability data, you'll see that it really doesn't make any sense. It's a very broad GIS data, and it's actually not very accurate, and it really should not be used for trying to zone relatively small sections in Moores Valley, in Crowther Road. So the Section 42A report states that the size of the parcels is not a factor in considering the application of the highly productive land overlay. But again, we point out that it really has to, in this sense. If you even amalgamated all those Crowther Road properties together, put them at 1 to 50,000, show them in relation to the LUC3 data, it just doesn't make sense. It's no way it's an economic unit, and there's no way that the stated purpose of the highly productive land policy statement applies. It's not a. Yes. Yes, that's right. All right, we also point out that the properties on the other side of that ridge, which is the ones in the Wainuiomata North, They were previously zoned general rural, now they've been changed to rural lifestyle. And they are subject to more constraints than the Crowther Road properties. And if you can see that on, looking at the map, so I didn't number these, map 3, which is the current operative plan, and you compare that to map 1. And you'll see that rural lifestyle zone has been applied to these areas adjacent to the parcels on the end of Moores Valley.
So, sorry, I'm just struggling a little bit here. You've given us 6 maps.
Yes.
I don't have any numbering on them.
Yeah, I'm sorry, yes.
No, that's all right. Just so we know which one we're looking at. I think I can probably find it out, but, so that's this one here, for example. That's the operative plan.
That's the operative.
Yeah.
The proposed is map 1, which is, that title is Rural Zones PDP.
Right, that one.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Right, and you will also see that the Go Realty owns those 2 properties at the end of Moores Valley. There's the large one, which is lot 60, and then the lot beneath it is lot 55. That lot 55 is actually further up the ridge and much steeper than the parcels in Crowther Road. So it really doesn't make any sense. It also doesn't have road access. Well, it sort of does have road access, but it's marginal at best. So we note that the properties in the northern part, so the northeastern part of Wainuiomata North, see they are also subject to the highly productive land overlay. So you can see that on map 2, which is entitled LUC 3. They are relatively more constrained than Crowther Road in terms of slope, the further up the ridge, and they are also more constrained in terms of road. There's theoretically a road access, but it's not actually a practical road access. It's certainly not formed. Also like to point out that those parcels at the end of Wainuiomata North, the northeastern part of Wainuiomata North and the northern part of Moores Valley are now likely to be a kiwi habitat. We've had reports from members that they've heard kiwi in the area, and that has also been reported by the Scout Camp, which is also in that vicinity.
We heard from the Scout Camp yesterday.
Okay, good. Yes. All right, so I would also point out that the application of that zoning, the rural residential and the operative plan, that's effectively an artefact of the previous planning. The parcels, there was supposed to be, I think, from memory, about 80 properties carved off from there under the old rules. They only carved off a relatively small number, and they formed Brookfield Lane, and they were basically all the ones that could be easily developed. It was then sold. Presumably the next buyer did not do a site visit, and really what's left of that is, so basically what it is an artefact of the previous planning cycle, and it's really not suitable even for the current rural residential rules, and it certainly wouldn't be under the 1 hectare proposed for the rural lifestyle rules. Also, quite a lot of parcels at that area were supposed to be vested on deposit as reserve, and there was also supposed to be private covenants established. And nevertheless, despite the identification of natural heritage values, the whole area has been proposed as zoned as rural lifestyle. The consulting company Wildlands produced a report on a wetland within the area, and also point out that the Greater Wellington Regional Council has adopted definitions of wetlands that would now apply to the flat area at the end of Moores Valley. That is to say, it is an area that pools with water, especially in winter. So also repeat that Kiwi have been heard in the area. The majority of the property, which is not the flat area is mainly gorse and scrub. The majority of the hill area is regenerating native forest and also quite a few stands of mature native forest. We strongly support, we support the Scouts Association, where the Scouts Association objects to the development of the rural lifestyle zoning at the end of Moores Valley because of the effects that will have on the Scout camp. And we dispute the Section 42A conclusion that it's not a regionally significant recreational area, and we would say it is both actually regionally and nationally important, and has a long history of nationally important events. Also, what I would note that they have put considerable effort into pest control, and this would negatively affect their work on that, and also their work in re-establishing Kiwi in the area. With regards to 57 Stockdale Street, basically neutral on the zoning of that, except insofar as during the East Harbour Environmental Association versus Hutt City Council hearing, which we were party to, we found that a large number of areas zoned hill residential in the operative plan were done so without proper legal process or proper process. And we found that apparently quite a number of areas were actually just added to that zone after hearings by the council and without any due process.
So have you raised this issue directly with council before? Have they heard this, or is this all new to them?
It was certainly raised to the council, and it was raised at the Environment Court.
Yeah, but in relation to the proposed district plan hearings that we have you raised, apart from what was in your original submission, some of this additional material?
This is...
Or you're expanding on your original submission?
The Stockdale, no, that's responding to the Section 42A report, but it's a rural zone, and we do represent the rural community. We also have members who own properties in the Stockdale area, which were previously zoned rural lifestyle, rural residential, which were zoned large lot hill residential, and had a very substantial increase in rates, even though their properties were not suitable. So it's relevant to the association, but it's not something we submitted on. And the issue of Crowther Road, members of ours did submit on that. It wasn't mentioned in directly in our submission, but it is relevant to our submission in that it's very clearly contrasts with the zoning at the end of Moores Valley, which is part of our submission.
Well, a couple of submitters before you, we had Alison Puramona, who lives in Crowther Road.
Yes.
And she explained her own individual position.
Yes.
And I think there was one neighbour she mentioned was also in support that couldn't attend.
Yes.
But yes, so we have heard that in relation to Crowther Road, and also in relation to the highly productive land as well. And we'll come on to questioning later, but I just thought I'd bring that up as being important at this point.
Okay, thank you. So that's all my points, apart from restating points from our submission which appear to be relevant to later streams.
Okay. And in relation to later streams, what's the nature of, which later streams will they be?
So subdivision.
Yep.
Rules, especially as they relate to the submission of Federated Farmers, so we support the Federated Farmers submission.
Okay.
Sites of significance to Māori appears to be not relevant now, so.
Which has been plan stopped, which has been
Yes.
removed.
Yes.
As has the highly productive land overlay as well.
Yes, but it has been referred to in the section 42A report
It
for
has,
this.
yes, as being LUC class 3 land, yes.
Yes. Also slope overlay. So also we have continue our objection to minimum lot size of 1 hectare rather than 2 hectares for rural lifestyle.
Yeah, so that's a subdivision issue.
We want the council to clarify the access of public access. We have had numerous reports of private land tracks being shown as walking access tracks by the Walking Access Commission. And that they have no legal basis, and we want the council to basically clarify these issues. The council has not put out a pamphlet or map of walking access for about 20 years, no, about 30 years now, and it's causing some problems. So we support the easing of earthworks, and so there are some easing of earthworks restrictions in the district plan, and we support that. Also, the consent-free fence limitation, we want that extended to post and rail fences as well. And we also would assert that all boundary fences should be subject to consent exemption, which is how most councils do it, and has regional council does it as well. And we also support the easing of restrictions for farm tracks.
Right, thank you for that.
Clearly, some of your submission points will be addressed in other hearing streams, so that may be why you haven't been able to see everything in this hearing stream.
Yes.
For example, your flood overlay.
Yes.
They will be at separate, so that may answer your initial question. I just wondered, I want to appreciate all the maps, by the way. It's always good to see a picture. I just was interested in that one, which is showing the red you're saying is the highly productive land. Where did you get that from?
Okay, so that's not directly highly productive land. That is LUC3, which is land use capability data category 3. And that is from the LRIS, which is Land Care Research. And then, so most of it doesn't apply because it's not been applied to rural residential. But where it does apply is the general rural. That's the reason why the Crowther Road properties were captured on it.
Yes, no, I just wondered where it came from.
Yes, yeah, it's Land Care Research, I believe.
Yeah, okay. And the other question I had was in regards to this one, which is maybe a subdivision plan?
Yes.
So where is that one in relation?
So that's the large, so if you see the map 5 and 4 and 5.
So they're not numbered, so I'm.
Oh, yes, it's the two aerial photos. So that's those two parcels there. It's part of it. It's one page of the, so that if you do a property search in the Hutt City Council site, you'll come up with the consent documents. That comes, I should have actually referenced that. That's from the traffic plans, the document labelled traffic plans within the within that consent, and that's for the property at 100 Brookfield Lane,
100 Brookfield Lane.
from memory, yes.
Just going to have a look at that.
Thank you for your presentation. We will see you in other hearing streams. Very useful background information to us, and there are probably some matters that Mr. Bellamy and Mr. Horrell might like to comment on or respond to in their right of reply. So at the end of this formal hearing, we'll prepare what's called a minute, which is a number of questions that we would like responses to. And I expect that we will be asking the officers to respond to the matters raised in your presentation today.
So that will be in writing, will it?
Will be in writing. Okay. Everything's in writing and everything's available to everybody.
Okay, good.
Okay, all right.
Excellent.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is Ms. Tancock coming in online, or Mr. Ballinger?
Good afternoon. It's just myself, Duncan Ballinger, appearing for Winstones. Ms. Tancock is not appearing today.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Ballinger. Lindsay Dacian, I'm chair of the hearing panel. And I have Commissioners McMahon and Liz Burge to my right, and to my left is Julianne Cheetham.
Kia ora koutou. I have filed a brief legal submission in advance of this hearing, yes. And you'll see from that submission there's only, I think, one point that I anticipated I might need to speak to you on, and that's relating to the definition of urban environment and whether the quarry zone should be included in that or in the definition of rural environment. I've seen the Section 42A reporting officer has reviewed my submission and agreed with, or essentially agreed with Winstone's position on that. So I don't think there's too much more for me to add to what's in the written legal submissions. So unless you have questions for me on that or anything else in the legal submission, yeah, there's probably not too much for me to say today.
Okay, thank you for that. I don't have any questions. I'll just ask my colleagues. No? Okay. Well, you've got away lightly.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, sir.
But thank you anyway, and thank you for your time for appearing this afternoon.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
Okay. I think that is the end of the submitters that we're hearing from. Ms. Leask is going to be putting something to us in writing. So from here on in, I won't ask for any rights of reply unless there is anything which we can dispose of or immediately. But as has been the case with the two previous hearing streams, we'll have a discussion. We've got Thursday available to do some site visits, and we'll work out where we want to go, and I'll do that tomorrow, and we can do that unaccompanied. And then after that, we'll prepare a minute between us in terms of additional information, points of clarification, and so forth, with the intention that once that's received in a reasonable amount of time, and we do have a little bit of time, that you can respond to it, but we would like to keep the momentum going with the hearings. So is there any questions of us for now from the officers? Okay, well, we'll adjourn the hearing at this point and conclude with a karakia. Unahia I tu uru tapanui, kia watea, kia mama, kia nākau, ti tinana, ti warua, I te ara takutu, koea I rongo, whakarongo ake,
kia runga, kia wātia, aira, kua wātia, hau, pai mariri.